Hi guys. Can y'all hear me okay?
Do you need my computer?
Just for a bit more. I'll tell you when you can get it.
Okay.
I'm just moving something
That's
from
fine.
one spot to another.
Can't fill up the chat.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thanks, Christian. I hope everybody goes and checks out our Beck and Frash videos, because they're, I think, really good.
I can't watch the beginning. So weird.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I guess I just...
It'll be done soon. It says 13 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm waiting a bit anyways for people to show up anyways. Whew, it got too hot down here. Could you actually make me a half and half coffee?
Leave and make you a half and half coffee?
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do.
I just realized I don't think I've had my second, or maybe I just haven't had my third. I have not looked into the new set too much. Oscar Salazar in the shadow chat. Can you guys fill up the chat for me there, Turbos? And I have barely looked at this Strixhaven set. Today I will be learning the cards as I play, as usual, so this should be chaotic. I hope I do well. If I want to do a second draft, oh, I can do 2 drafts. I'm on, well, I'll talk about this later. But anyways. Gonna have to fill it up more. Oh wait, this isn't your guys' fault. I have to actually move the thing down more. Wow, and then I have to zoom you out, I suppose. Like that. I think that maybe a bit more. 80%. Yeah, that works. Thank you, McFerrick. Thank you, everybody, for helping do that. Just have to nudge the couch, I think, back in this position. It's been a bit, hasn't it, guys? Alright. How many of you guys have seen the Beck and Frash videos in there, in the chat? I have, says this guy. I know Alpha has. I'm still watching, it says Wolf King. Sorry. Oh Oh, Charlie says still watching it on my big screen. That's cool. It looks quite good on the big screen. I'm really sad that 4K isn't available during the premiere because I feel like there's a certain number of people with nice TVs that probably wait to not watch the premiere because of the compression. Because the 4K version looks very nice on a big TV, especially a high quality one. Yep.
Okay.
This is a topic for me, but how many of you guys calibrate your TV or your computer monitor to match your phone? Because I've seen Android phones too. I've seen like the Samsungs. They generally have very good screens that are calibrated properly. But most computer monitors and most TVs look horrible. Like, most phones show you video the way it was seen by the person color correcting it.
I would never think to do that if
Phones have
it weren't for you.
Phones have an amazing dynamic range, and they show it. They don't highly compress the video. They don't like make it too contrasty. They like basically, if you look at your TV and then look at your phone and the video looks different, your phone is correct. Unless you have some weird off-brand phone that I've never heard of. Like if you're using an iPhone or you're using a Samsung Galaxy or whatever, your phone is the one that's correct.
I'm just sitting on the ground looking up at Fraser as he talks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's almost done. It says 2 minutes, but it might be wrong. I'm not sure there. Becky's waiting for access to her computer.
It feels really weird to for Fraser to start a show and me not to be able to see it.
Yeah. Becky won't be on show today. She's going to be doing taxes. Yes, she's pouting. Becky's amazing for doing our taxes every year.
Thank you. Yeah, I am having fun in Japanese lessons. I literally put my arms up and said, I'm learning!
That's very you.
What a dork. Taxes in Japan are basically the same.
Yeah.
Harder because it's in Japanese.
You basically pay the same.
And the process is, on my end, the bookkeeping end, is the same.
You might pay a tiny bit more here.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the taxes are hidden in municipal fees. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. It all depends, of course, on your income level and your write-offs and all these things. As a business owner, you can write off a lot more here. So there's that. So
you can write off more here? We wrote off a lot in Canada.
You can write off more based on what Anna told us.
So that's me, yeah.
So many things.
Yeah.
If you're a, what do they call it? Independent or a sole proprietor? I don't know what they call it. Anyways.
Your vlogs have gotten Ting obsessed with Japan.
I hope that they scratch an itch for people. Pseudo travel. I hope people enjoy them. And we're going to be putting a lot of effort into them this year, even if it means a downturn in the number of shows we do for VGA. We're going to be really trying to make that channel take off a bit.
Yeah.
Because it's something we love doing, so. All right.
Fun, you guys. I'm glad you're enjoying them.
I think it finished. All right.
You sure?
Yep. There you go. Thank you, Becky. All right,
Do
guys.
you need me for anything else, like to bring that coffee cup upstairs?
Yeah.
I never want that to get knocked over.
Becky wants to do anything that isn't going to do taxes.
You need your shoes polished? Oh my
No.
god, you do.
Go do taxes.
I love you.
I love you too.
Okay. Your water's over here, eh?
Becky will be in the chat with you guys as she does her taxes. Our taxes. No, they're your taxes. All the money's in your name.
It's true.
Not my taxes. I'm just a housewife.
Sure are.
When the tax man comes, I say, "Go shoot jinjanai, y'all."
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna bring myself in. Come on. Hey, buddies, welcome back. We're back from the New Year's break. I am. Becky's doing taxes because it's the new year. I'm gonna do some lonesome magic streaming, some cozy lonesome magic streaming here. And today, my first arena run, draft run of Strixhaven, School of Mages, the Harry Potter set. I've been playing off show, and I've been playing a lot of draft, maybe more than I should. Honestly, I love Magic, and it gets addictive for me. I might need to make a rule, like I did for Overwatch, on show only. If I'm gonna play, I have to stream. That might kick my. It's just so nice just to jump in and quickly, like, you know, just like, yeah, throw some cards on the table. I am having fun offline to some degree. I do occasionally get pretty disillusioned with Magic and its luck-based system. I mean, it's a card game. Yes, luck is a big part of it. But the longer you play and the better you get and the more consistent you get at being able to draft certain decks and certain archetypes, the more you realize how much you are at the whim of the cards sometimes. And like, I have drafted decks that just are not good. Like, I'm like, you know, the curve is okay, but otherwise the synergies are all off. Like, I didn't get the cards I needed to make the archetype I thought I was building work. And it's shaky. It's 3-color. And I'm like, maybe I can get 2 wins out of this. Maybe I can just get some gems back. And then it goes 6 wins. And I'm like, okay, and then I'll build the best deck ever. Like, it's like constructed. It's like an archetype, like you couldn't, like you're playing in constructed format. And then you go to play and like you get mana screwed. So anyways, it's the old Magic players' lament. We've all known the problems Magic has. We all know the mana problems. That's always been its biggest issue. If I were a Wizards of the Coast employee, and I'm sure they've pitched this internally or thought about it at least for a second, 2 stacks of cards when you're playing. You should be able to choose when you draw a land. You should be able to choose when you draw a land. Have a stack of land, stack of all the other cards. That could solve everything without completely ruining what makes Magic Magic, in my opinion. They've done some things for the game with these newer sets to try to smooth out the process, but it doesn't work so well with limited. It does work to some extent with limited, but not perfectly. What's up, Beck?
That brown pill is distracting.
Is it? Okay. Becky doesn't like that brown pillow. Becky doesn't want to do taxes, so she's upset at the brown pillow.
Yeah.
Anyways, in draft format, like blood tokens, treasure tokens, these things help smooth the drafting process. They help make get rid of mana screw or mana flood. They've built in some things that make drafting a bit better, but they're much better in constructed. Like when I play a constructed deck, I can see how they've kind of fixed a lot of aspects of the game by including this fluidity with lots of cards. That Scry was a huge part of fixing draws that they added to the game back in the day. But man, if there's one thing Hearthstone really did right, it was both players get a gem every turn. Period. You both get a gem every turn. Unless you have a card that gives you an extra gem, or whatever. But anywho, let's see what Strixhaven is all about. I don't know a lot about it. I just know that when I've been playing constructed decks, like the ones that give you, such as Avalanche, I think Avalanche is very much a Strixhaven-based deck. That pre-made deck that they give you. It has like these little wizarding kids. And I know that there are 4 schools of mages. Can you guys tell me the color combos? I know green-blue is one, and I know red-blue is one. I'm going to guess... Let me see here. We see red-blue card right here. What is Archway Commons? Comes into the battlefield tapped. When Archway Commons enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless you pay 1. Oh, that's interesting. A multicolor land that costs, that you basically cast. This is basically a land that you cast for 1 mana. That's interesting. Red-white, white-black, green-blue, and red-blue. All right. So let's look at our rare. Let's just read the cards first. Leonin Lightscribe. He's a cat cleric, magecraft. When you cast or copy an instant spell or sorcery spell. So magecraft just is a way to shorthand that piece of text. Basically, magecraft is anytime a non-creature spell is cast, pretty much. Instants or sorceries. So there's probably many cards that trigger magecraft. Anyways, this one gives +1/+1 to all your creatures until end of turn. Well, in a deck that has a lot of spells, and considering the set is called School of Mages, I'm going to assume that there are a lot of sorceries and instants in this. Maybe you're playing less than 17 creatures in some decks because of the spell crafting. Mage Hunter, anti-mage thing. Oh, this one punishes. Whenever an opponent casts or copies an instant or sorcery spell, they lose 1 life. Interesting that it doesn't say Magecraft, because that's essentially the same thing. These 2 cards are almost the opposite in a way. Punishes them for it. That seems like it might be a strong card in this format. Thrill of Possibility. An instant. Draw 2 cards. As initial cost. So you're first discarding a card, then you're drawing 2 cards. Wow, the art is incredible on that. That style is so cool. Why does it have a different symbol? As though it's from a different set. What's that all about? Master Symmetrist. So this is our 3rd uncommon. Reach, a 4/4 reach. So if I'm making a green deck, this is always good to have because they have trouble with flyers. Whenever a creature you control with power equal to its toughness attacks, like a 4/4 or a 3/3 or a 2/2 or a 1/1, it gets trample until end of turn. All right. If you're running some big guys, I could see this being good. Older famous cards. I don't remember Thrill of Possibility, but I did miss out on many years in between my Magic playing. I have lots of years where I checked out and then checked back in again later. Aether Helix. So this is for they have the little symbol in the background for the school. That's the school that it applies to. Return target permanent to its owner's hand. Return target permanent from your graveyard to your hand. So you do both of those things. So you're both bouncing one of their cards off the board. Hey, so there's 3 uncommons in here. So this Thrill of Possibility is like a bonus card. It's like an extra card, an extra uncommon. That's neat. So anyways, Aether Helix bounces a card and gets you something back. Does green tend to mill itself in this? Is it doing a lot of graveyard mulching in this set? Next up, I'm just jumping down to this other one because it's the same school. Target creature has a base power and toughness of 4/4 until end of turn. Similar to Serpent Ambush, except it's a 4/4 instead of a 5/5. And you can pay green or blue to cast this. That one is a bonusing. It can be an extra rare or an extra mythic. So the other school in this set, in this pack right here, is this red-blue school, which says create for... Wow, that's a huge casting cost. But, okay, it creates 2 4/4 blue and red elemental creature tokens. Or you may discard it for 2 mana to create a treasure token. So I guess the idea behind red-blue is it creates... Are they the treasure token school? So they're able to cast these big cards because they have treasure? Treasure lets you save up mana? That's my assumption here. Over here, we have white-black, a card that can be either white or black mana, but it doesn't have a school symbol in the background, oddly. Even though you guys told me white-black was a school. I wonder why. There's a difference there. Exile target creature. Exile up to 1 instant or sorcery card from the graveyard. Then you get to learn. So learn... You either reveal a lesson card from outside the game and put it into your hand, or you discard a card. So it has to be your sideboard, correct? And over here is a lesson card. So this is useless to some extent because it's or discard a card and draw a card. But that's nowhere near as powerful, I would expect, as grabbing one of these from your sideboard. How likely is it that I'm going to get enough lesson cards to make this learn ability viable? And how highly should I be valuing lesson cards? They're better than they look. So this is scry 2, draw a card. For 3 mana, that is not a great card. But since it's a free card that comes with other learn cards, it makes it a bit better. I haven't played this set, but maybe get a lesson or 2 before grabbing learn. Like, yeah, I don't know. This is going to be a difficult set to draft. It's so funny between this one and the dwarf set how very different these sets are. Arcane Subtraction, instant. Target creature gets -4, -0 until end of turn. Learn. Again, not a incredible card, this. It's not really removal. At best, what you're doing is you're reversing a trade situation. 2 creatures where your opponent knew that he was sending a creature to its death. And then you suddenly say, well, mine doesn't die, but yours still does. Like, so it's not removal. This is like saving a creature, but you get to learn. You get to go look for a sideboard card, which could be good. Look at the top 2 cards of your library, put any number of them in your graveyard, and the rest back on top of your library in any order. Okay. Kind of like scrying, but you can put it into the graveyard instead of on the bottom of your library. Is that good for green? I think I asked this earlier. I'm not sure if I got an answer. Does green-blue like to mulch itself? Does it like to send stuff to its graveyard? Is that a thing it likes to do? Draw a card after that. Arrogant Poet. GB is more of the graveyard one, not UG. Really? Green, black is more. Arrogant Poet. When Arrogant Poet attacks, you may... How is this guy not flying? I guess that's an explosion of smoke behind him, not wings. When you, oh, wait a second. When he attacks, you may pay 2 life. If you do, it gangs flying until end of turn. I know that a 2/1 flyer typically, outside of blue, would cost 3 mana. Blue usually gets flyers for... No, you know what? White gets flyers for that too. Like, that's not a good card. Unless Warlocks are a great tribe. Enthusiastic Study. This one learns. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gangs trample until end of turn. It's an instant. Pseudo removal. Punch through, potentially a win condition in a tight game. Learn. Heated Debate. This spell can't be countered. So Learn should be looked at almost like blood tokens in a way as well. If you don't pick up lesson cards, at the very worst, Learn is like something that gets rid of mana flood late game. It gets rid of land cards you don't need for new draws. It's like draw a card almost in the late game. Heated Debate. This spell can't be countered. This includes by the ward ability. Okay. Ward is a thing that you pay extra or something, like you have to pay extra to counter things. Anyways, Heated Debate deals 4 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Just for my own knowledge, I don't know if this information is readily available to you guys, but what percentage of the creatures in the set does 4 damage do? In every set, red cards face different levels of creaturedom, and in some sets, a card that does 3 damage to any creature only kills half the creatures in the set. In other sets, 3 damage kills 70% of the creatures in the set. So the value of the card is very different based on the set. But 4 damage in most sets is going to be quite powerful. That's going to take out almost all troublesome creatures, especially flyers. Flyers almost never have more than 4 toughness. So this might be the best card in this pack because it's removal, and we are playing limited, where removal is king. This is also removal, but it's very expensive. Exile target creature. It's also a sorcery instead of an instant. Exile target creature, exile up to 1 instant or sorcery spell from a graveyard. I'm assuming that you can get, like, there's probably cards that get stuff back from graveyards. So, talk me out of this card, Zaxide and Alex Salazar, who seem to know the most about this set. Is there anything better, like, out of these uncommons? Are these better? Like, I'm not in love with this uncommon here, not knowing a lot about the set, but I don't love this one. It's a sorcery. It bounces, but it's at sorcery speed, so that's not great. You can't use it as a utility to change the tide of a battle. Mage Hunter looks like it's potentially very strong. Is it? Is Mage Hunter worth taking over Heated Debate? This guy... looks like he's probably strong in multiples or in a very specific deck that you're able to build, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to build this very specific deck. Like, I feel like he's more powerful if you know you're going to get the little bodies to make his ability make sense, but he's so easy to remove. The rare is the other contender, you think? It's quite good in black-white, which is the aggro deck in the format. But it kind of locks me a little bit into a certain archetype, whereas I feel like this one's a little bit freer and open. Leaves me open to more options, I would expect. And I feel like it's a little bit difficult to run an aggro deck when you're new to a set. Yeah, it's very conditional as well, the fact that I have to cast spells and stuff, and I just don't know what kind of deck I'm building yet. And then, so at what point do I pick up lessons is the thing. Like, how long? All right, well, anyways, I'm taking the removal. That's like the easy paint by numbers way of drafting. Removal is king in Limited. It deals with the troublesome stuff that you have to deal with in Limited. Because the other king in Limited is bomb rares. And if you don't have an answer to the bomb rares, you're in trouble. Okay, so we have a blue-red. Both rares in this pack got sent to me. Interesting. And all 3 uncommons got sent to me. So the bot must have picked a piece of removal. A common piece of removal. So for the rare, one of the rares, Electrolyze does 2 damage divided as you choose among 1 or 2 targets. Then you draw a card. I like this card. I love cards that give you a card rebate for casting them. You're pinging for 2, potentially 2 targets. So you can do 2 damage to one guy, or you can do 1 damage to... This feels like the pick already, immediately, without even seeing the other cards. Let's look at this one. Cody Voracious Codex. You can't cast permanent spells. So long as this is on the board, I can't cast creatures. Pay 4 mana, tap it, then add 5 mana, 1 of each color, to your mana pool. When you cast your next spell this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile an instant or sorcery card with lesser mana value. Lesser mana value than what? It doesn't say less than what. It just says lesser mana value. Lesser mana value than this? Anyways, until end of turn, you may cast that card without paying its mana cost. But each other card exiled in this way, put each other on the bottom of your library in a random order than what you cast. That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. Less than the spell you just cast. When you because of the first part of the sentence. I forgot. When you cast your next spell this turn. Oh, this is a complicated, weird card. I'm not playing that. It's just weird. Show confidence. I'm sure in the right deck this is probably powerful as hell, but I don't even understand the set yet enough to understand that fucking card. Show of confidence. An instant, cheap instant, says when you cast a spell, copy it for each other instant or sorcery spell you've cast this turn. So, if I've cast one instant before this instant, you may choose new targets for the copies. So if I cast, say, Heated Debate, and then I pay 2 more mana to cast this, I get 2 of these. And I get to put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. It gains vigilance until end of turn, so I'd get 2 +1/+1 counters instead. The likelihood that will trigger twice, and I'll get 3 copies of this, are pretty low, I think. So I should look at this as a thing that potentially comes out as +2/+2 on a target creature, and I get to choose new targets, so I get to go wherever I want. Karok Wrangler, Magecraft. Is it crazy to draft outside of the school combos? I know I've only gotten one card so far, so I shouldn't worry too much about what I'm picking up until like probably into the second pack, but whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Oh, I like that one. I like that one a lot. Green, blue, and what is it? Green only goes with blue. Spell Satchel. When you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, they need to short form that somehow. Anyways, Magecraft. Put a book counter on Spell Satchel. Okay. Tap it, remove a book counter, and add 1 colorless mana. Remove 3 book counters from Spell Satchel after paying 3 mana. Draw a card. That seems really slow to get its benefits. If you cast this really early in the game, that adds up, and I think that's quite valuable, but only if you get it early game. Late game, when you need it most to start providing cards for you. I think that's too slow to be a benefit. I feel like that just is something that sits in your hand and you're like, this can't help me now. Ageless Guardian, a 1/4 for 2 mana. Okay. Spirit Soldiers, are they a good tribe? Because otherwise this is like, meh. It's low casting cost, but I guess it slows down the game. Maybe white is a, maybe they want to slow down the game. Green, blue are your mathematicians. The combos in this set add counters and tokens by the tons. Somebody else says tribes are not important in this set. When I say tribes, everybody, I mean the creature type there. He's a creature, but he's a spirit soldier. And there may be cards out there that say all spirits get +1/+1 this turn, or all soldiers get +1/+1/1. And he would trigger both of those, be triggered by both of those. Reject, I've seen this before because it's in some of the constructed decks that I've played with. Counter target creature or planeswalker spell unless its controller pays 3. And if it's countered, it doesn't go to the graveyard, it's exiled. That is decent. Blue likes counter spells, and this could trigger Magecraft type stuff. Enthusiastic Study, target creature gets +3. Oh, we've already seen this one. Heated Debate, another Heated Debate. I'm liking I'm liking that. I think I might grab another Heated Debate. I love removal. Bayou Groff. An additional cost to cast this spell. Sacrifice a creature or pay 3. So by paying 2, in essence, what this card is actually saying is pay 2, discard this card. Or its casting cost is 5 mana total. 5 mana for a 5/4, or pay 2 to discard him. And because blue-green likes to put cards in the graveyard, somebody said that green-black likes to put stuff in the graveyard. Okay. Reckless Amplimancer. So wait a minute. You guys said green-black likes to put stuff in their graveyard, but green-black is not one of the schools, and you said it's crazy to go into something that's not the school. Reckless Amplimancer. It is one of the schools, green-black? Okay, okay. White-red, green-black, green-blue, red-blue. I thought white-black was one of the schools. That makes 5 schools. Green-black, white-black, red-blue, green-blue. There's 5 schools. Okay. So, how come... Yeah, whatever. Anyways, well, here's one of the other schools. Green-blue, Flying and Death Touch. Interesting. For a 1/1 for 2 mana, Flying and Death Touch. So it essentially deals with very, very removable, but can deal with anything in the air that you need to deal with. And green can have issues with that. Blue typically doesn't, though. Relic Sloth. Oops. Don't want to click these. Relic Sloth, green white, 4/4, Vigilance and Menace. Oh, that's strong for, oh, I like that card. For an aggressive deck that needs to punch through at the end. Not bad. If it was an uncommon, it would probably only cost 4 mana, but it costs 5 because it's it's common. Elemental Summoning, 5 mana. Create a 4/4 blue and red elemental creature token. So for 5 mana, you get a 4/4. But it's a sorcery, so it's triggering Magecraft and things like that. So the extra mana is presumably worth it to pay the extra mana for a 4/4. Reckless Amplimancer. Double Reckless Amplimancer's power and toughness until end of turn. And you can do that any amount of times you want. So if you have 10 mana, he's an 8/8. But if you only have 5 mana available, he's a 4/4 for that turn. Interesting. I think I'm like, out of all these cards, it's interesting to read them all, but I think Heated Debate is my pick again. Or what do you guys say? Electrolyze or Heated Debate? They both cost the same amount of mana, but Electrolyze has the ability to split itself. Plus, you draw a card back. And somebody in there I saw said there are lots of 1 toughness creatures in this set. But it's tying me into blue-red when so far Heated Debate only keeps me open. There is value in staying open to other options because just getting the other Heated Debate leaves me open to red-white. Card looks pretty, case closed. Like, at least Heated Debate is just red, whereas this is red-blue and forces me to, like, it doesn't force me, but, like, it's leaving me less open to options later in the draft. But I really like card draw rebates for cards. God, I love them. I love them so much. Oh, I accidentally double-clicked. All right, I guess I just took it. I was just trying to click it and unclick it, and then it double-clicked. Apparently double-click is a thing, so I guess I took that one, guys. Oh, well, all right. That made the decision for me. I personally really like keeping my options open. I think that the two cards are very similar in power, Heated Debate and Electrolyze. Just, I don't know the set well, but I think these two are very similar. Maybe Electrolyze has a little bit of edge on Heated Debate, but in the early picking, I think Heated Debate has a higher value myself because of the ability to stay free and open to have potentially run different archetypes. Whereas with Electrolyze, if I'm not running red-blue, I can't use it. Unless there's splashability in this set. I don't know how many multicolored lands are there. Oh, Electrolyze can go face. I didn't see that, so it can hit the opponent as well. All right, guys. Here's a dual land, black or green. It enters the battlefield tapped, typical, but you can also pay 4 to scry one if you needed to fix your draws, maybe. Let's read the rare. Once again, on the third pick, I've been passed a rare and 3 uncommons. So the previous 2 bots took 2 commons each, or rather we've seen a pack, like this is the third pack, so this is the third pack with a full set of rare and uncommon cards. There's a potential that there may have been, because this is one is symboled like this means that there might have been another rare in here though, right? If I see a card with this type of art, it means it was extra in addition to the other rare in this set. So here's a Harry Potter kid. I've seen this because I've been playing that deck called Avalanche in the pre-constructed. Draw 2 cards. You may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. Yeah, I like the draw 2 cards part for sure. let's see here. Let's read the rare. Sorry, I'm kind of scatterbrained. There's a lot to look. Not legal. All right, so this is an illegal card. Instant. Draw 3 cards for 1 blue mana. Then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. So you're getting. It's like, in a way, a weird reversed Scry 3 draw card. But it also includes cards in your hand, so it's more powerful than Scry in a way. Yeah, this is pretty good. I like it. Especially the casting cost. Dueling Coach. When Dueling Coach enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So he's a 2/2 that costs 4. And then he has the ability, or she has the ability, to 5 mana and put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Huh. Interesting. A little slow. In the right deck, that could be very devastating. A little slow, though. Hall Monitor. Haste, 1/1. Target creature can't block this turn. Hall Monitor. It's so lame. A Lizard Shaman. Target creature. I guess this really works in a really aggressive white-red deck. Closing Statement. This spell costs 2 less to cast during your end step. This is for the white-black school of mages. Destroy target creature planeswalker you don't control for 5 mana. But it costs 2 less at the end of your turn. Put a +1/+1 counter on. Oh, that's nice. That is a nice removal spell. I might need to take this just to keep my options open. Who knows what kind of cards we're going to see as we go forward. And if we end up in white-black, this is a hell of a piece of removal. Combat Professor. A bird cleric, a flyer, which is always good and limited. You want win conditions, otherwise battles can go on forever. And so I've met a couple matches that were ended with who ran out of cards and just lost the game automatically. Flying. At the end of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. Okay, so every time combat begins, he gives another creature, including it could be himself, so he can be a 3/3 flyer for 4, or he can give that power to somebody else. Waterfall Aerialist, flying, 3/1. He has a ward of 2, so he can't be countered or targeted unless you pay an extra 2 mana, which would mean my heated debate if I'm targeting this guy costs 5 mana to shoot this guy. Fuming Effigy. Whenever 1 or more cards leaves your graveyard, Fuming Effigy deals 1 damage to each opponent. Whatever. A 4/3 for 4 mana. So whenever 1 or more cards leaves your graveyard, I don't know how often that's going to happen, but that doesn't seem like a very strong card to me. Charge through, target creature gains trample until end of turn. Draw a card. So it's just a utility piece. This is utility. And you get a card back for it, and it's cheap. So this is a nice piece of utility to put into a deck. I don't mind it, but it's not a high pick and not an early pick. But yeah, it's something you're not afraid to pick up later because of the draw card ability. Leyline Invocation, 6 mana. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal creature token. Put +1/+1 counters on it where X is the number of lands you control. So the more lands you have on the table, the bigger this guy is when he comes out. So presumably he's at least going to be a 6/6, considering that this spell costs 6 to cast. Maybe he'll be a 5/5 if you use some sort of other card to get yourself an extra piece of mana, but interesting. Infuse with Vitality. This is the green-black school. Until end of turn, target creature gains Death Touch, and when this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. You gain 2 life. So this is pseudo removal. You have to hope that the person who is blocks with the creature you want to remove, or that they're attacking with the creature you want to remove, and you're able to block it with this creature that you get back. Interesting. Biblioplex Assistant, flying, 2/1. When Biblioplex Assistant enters the battlefield, put He's a forward cast, though. Put up to one target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on top of your library. So you get a spell back, but it goes on top of your library, not in your hand. So it's also slowing down your draws. So if you wanted to get something back really particular, also your opponent now knows that it's coming. Out of all these cards, I like Brainstorm. We're already in blue, though I don't want to commit too hard. But I think out of all these, or Closing Statement. I'm thinking of actually taking the Closing Statement and leaving ourselves open. Who knows? We might go into white-black. We haven't seen all the picks yet. And I don't think that Electrolyze or Heated Debate are either strong enough to completely lock us in to those colors. They're not bomb rares. I'm going to continue just to pick solid removal and see where the packs take us from here. This is only pick 3 on pack 1. That's just a really good piece of removal. Alright, so out of everything we have here, we have 3 uncommons to look at. Adventurous Impulse. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature or land card from among them and put it into your hand. Okay. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. So it's only 1 green mana, and you're essentially drawing a card for it. That's not bad for green. Expressive Iteration. Look at the top 3 cards in your library. Put one of them in your hand and one on the bottom of your library, and exile one of them. Okay, you may play the exiled card this turn. So you draw a card, get rid of a card, and have one that is a limited time offer to cast right now. For 2 mana. Not bad. Quandrix Cultivator is in the Avalanche deck I've played. He searches your library for a basic forest or island card and puts it into the battlefield, not your hand. That's key. That's when he enters the battlefield. So he's a 4 mana drop as a 3/4, but comes with the ability to kind of accelerates your curve. He's mana ramp. And he's thinning the deck out of land cards, which is also valuable. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, and then learn. We haven't seen a lot of learn cards so far. This is the second one I think I've seen. Curate, we looked at this earlier. It's a bit of pseudo card draw, kind of. So this is a card that goes well with that card we saw that puts +1/+1 counters on creatures that already have +1/+1 counters on them. Novice Dissector. Sacrifice another creature, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Activate only as a sorcery. No? If I could activate it as an instant, this would be okay. The 3/3 body, I suppose, is okay for 4 mana if you're in a pinch and you need an extra body in your deck. But unless there are synergies that give you benefits for sacrificing creatures in addition to this, this is a bad card. If it wasn't sorcery speed, it would be not bad. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. The fact that it's sorcery speed makes it bad. Professor's Warning. Choose one. This is an instant. Put +1/+1 counter on target creature. Target creature gangs indestructible until end of turn. But you have to choose one or the other. Somebody said Combat Professor is fantastic. I don't know which one that was. Was that? I don't know anymore. I love Expressive Iteration. I don't know what that is either anymore. I have to keep up with you guys. Sorry, I haven't been looking down much. I hope it's entertaining to listen to my thought process as I see a set for the very first time here. Dragon's Approach. 1 red, 2 generic. Dragon's Approach deals 3 damage to each opponent. You may exile Dragon's Approach and 4 cards. Name Dragon's Approach from your graveyard. If you do, search your library for a dragon creature card. Oh, that's cool flavor. Put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. A deck can have any number of cards named Dragon's Approach. That's an interesting card. That's really, I could imagine a Dragon's Approach deck being really cool, but in Limited, this is not playable. Leyline Invocation again. This is the one that creates these little fractal guys. Ogyar Battleseer, haste, 3/4. I love haste creatures. And you can tap him if for some reason you wanted to give up your 3/4 body. Maybe you've left him behind as a defender and it's at the end of the turn, you can scry one for free, in a way. Huh. For 5 mana, 3/4, but he has haste. Teach by example, 2 mana, when you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for that copy. So, yeah. So this would be able to copy the Electrolyze and do a total of 4 damage across the board. Spread however I want. It could do 8 damage total if I cast it right before Heated Debate. How valuable are these copy spell things? And Magecraft says whenever you copy spell or cast a spell. So this card, in addition to the other spell that I cast to copy, would trigger Magecraft 3 times, correct? Because I've cast Teach by Example, then I cast Electrolyze, and then I copy Electrolyze. So that's 3 times Magecraft for those cards that are triggered by it. Pest Summoning. These guys are cute. Would you look at them? Create 2 1/1 black and green pest creature tokens with, when this creature dies, you gain 1 life. Oh, well, that's not a pest. He's helpful. For 3 mana, you get 2 little guys. Well, probably something specific to what you're, wanting to run. What do you guys say is the strongest pack in here? Since I don't see removal, it's harder for me to decide. But I'm thinking, again, I don't like going hard into dual colors, but on the 4th pick, seeing these 3 cards from red-blue, is this signaling that red-blue is open? The red-blue school seems to be open, being passed to me by the 3 bots before me. But are they strong enough to warrant being seen as a signal? Not that bots send signals, they just are running on an algorithm, but copy card does seem strong, I think. Expressive Iteration is very strong in red-blue. It's essentially triple scry. Yeah, basically. I like card draw, and it seems that red-blue doesn't want to run out of gas. I mean, no deck wants to run out of gas, but red-blue seems to really be dedicated to running a lot of spells and drawing as many spells as they can to keep casting. Iteration is one of the best uncommons for blue-red. Of course, because it's uncommon, I immediately look to it because it's uncommon. So it should be stronger than the other ones, objectively. Yeah, I don't love the 3/4 body on this guy, but eventually I'll need to pick bodies. All right, I'm going to pick this Expressive Iteration on your advice, and it does seem quite strong. Card draw is always good. It's the other big king. Bomb rares, removal, card draw. Those are the 3 in that order in limited format. We got a white-red dual land down here. Clever Luminancer. Whenever you cast a copy an instant sorcery spell, Clever Luminancer gets +2/+2 until end of turn. So you got to be casting a lot of spells to make this work. I'm seeing how like maybe learning allows you to keep casting lots of spells too, triggering these a lot. I twitch flying. Whenever he dies, you learn. He's a 1/1 flyer for 1 mana, which is always kind of playable, but then he has the benefit of kind of card draw. Start from scratch, 3 mana, red. Starts from scratch, deals 1 damage to any target, or destroy target artifact. Based on the cards we've gotten so far, Start from Scratch might be a good pickup. Especially since you guys have told me 1 pingers. It's a sorcery though. But it's a lesson card. That's the key. If I end up with learn cards. So with lesson cards, do I have the choice of putting them in my deck? Which you probably wouldn't do, because this is not good in the deck. 3 mana to deal 1 damage. But as a learn card, it's a bonus that comes out of your sideboard if you have the card to go get it. So you can put it in your deck if you want, if you're desperate. Star Pupil. Star Pupil enters the battlefield with +1/+1 counter on it. Okay, now I'm seeing why +1/+1 counters are such a big deal. So there are guys that are 0/0s that come in with +1/+1 counters that seem to be, when he dies, put those counters on target creature you control. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, I love this card. That guy seems key in a white-red deck. I would say he might even be better than the uncommon in the right deck. Like, if you're building an archetype around counters, that just the fact that any counters on him get to be recycled, that you don't lose them, because that's one of the biggest downsides to counters. A person can bounce your creature and they lose all those counters. So if you invest a lot in a creature, you lose that just because your opponent said send that back to your hand, like, you know, and that they didn't even use removal, they just sent it back to your hand, and suddenly he lost all his counters. Burrog Befuddler, a frog wizard. I love him. When he enters the battlefield, target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-0 until end of turn. So that's not that great. The fact that he gives a creature he takes away 1 power from them. But what is great is that he's flash, meaning he can be cast like an instant spell. As a surprise, he can jump out from behind the rock and suddenly turn the tides of the battle, where somebody thought they were going to get away with a trade, but instead they ended up losing their creature while yours survived. And he's a 2/1 body for 2, which isn't horrible. Spectre of the Fens, flying. Target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I like that in limited because, like I've said, limited games can often go to long into the game, long games that have no breakthrough damage, have no way to hit. This one has 2 forms of breakthrough damage: flying, and the fact that you can pay mana to just do 2 damage to them. So to me, this is a pretty valuable card if you're in black. I'm not sure that you pick it if you don't know that you're in black, though. It's a 4-drop for a 2/3, which is 1 more mana than I typically think a 2/3 should be, but that extra ability for long games in limited. I think in constructed this isn't very good, but in limited this is not a bad card at all. Sudden Breakthrough. Target creature gets I think I've seen that. +2/+0 ganks first strike until end of turn as an instant. Create a treasure token, which lets you give yourself mana, which is how red-blue is going to create the mana they need to cast the big spells, to ramp into their big spells. In essence, red-blue has ramping ability in this set. Inkling Summoning. A sorcery, lesson, create a 2/1 white and black inkling creature with flying. That's a cute little creature. He's a 2/1 flyer for 3 mana. But it's a lesson card. Excavated Wall. So is that good? Inkling Summoning seems okay. That seems like a pretty good lesson card. How about this one? I'd say this is the better lesson card out of these 2. But this one is just red, whereas this one, I love the utility of this lesson card. The fact that if artifacts are good in this set, that I can deal with an artifact. Excavated Wall, Defender, mill a card. No, that's not look at the card then discard it. It's mill a card. No, I don't want that. Then 2 dual lands. So is anything here obviously better? So immediately you want to, because of what I've picked so far, you want to look at red and blue. However, is there anything here that is strong in the other colors? Strong enough to dissuade us? I'm not sure there is. These seem conditional. They don't leave us open. The only reason I'd go to other cards right now is to leave us open. I like Burrog Befuddler. How strong is he, do you guys think? How strong is this little guy? And how much does he table? Like, how many of these guys come late pick? It's a nice option to have for your lesson board. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like at some point I'm going to want to start picking up lessons. But out of the 2 lessons, I think Inkling Summoning is the stronger one. And I do want to keep my options open. Out of these two, I'd rather have this one. The frog is decent, but you'll see a lot of them. All right. Yeah, like, I'm going to pick Inkling Summoning. I'm keeping my options open, guys. I'm being disciplined. This is the correct drafting method. You shouldn't be committing too hard until your second pack. You should be keeping your options very open. And I don't think that that lesson card that does 1 damage is valuable enough to consider really committing that hard yet. Claim the first, like, if the best card in the pack is just the color that you have already picked, if you end up at the end of your first pack and the best card in every pack just was red or blue, then good, great, you had good luck, you're in red-blue. It made the decision for you. But I think in your first pack, you should almost always be picking the strongest card. Almost always. Until your second pack, you shouldn't really have a good idea yet of what you're going into. That's what's going to, long run, help you make consistent draft runs. I generally agree with that when you have more flexibility with the color pairs. That's one of the downsides in this type of format. So you're saying that in this format, you have to commit early? Interesting. All right, so we got past 3 uncommons, but one of them's a bonus. So 1 uncommon has been picked here. On the 6th pick, the 5 players that came before, out of the 5 players that came before, 1 picked the rare and 1 picked an uncommon. So these got past 5 players. Let's see here. At the beginning of your end step, mill a card. If the land card was milled in this way, this is an enchantment that just stays on the board forever until somebody destroys it. You gain 1 life if a land card's milled like that. Otherwise, Lorehold Excavation deals 1 damage to each opponent. So every time you mill a non-land card, it deals damage. Pay 5, exile a creature card from your graveyard. Create a tapped 3/2 red and white spirit creature token. Oh, this seems like a very strong card in an aggro red-white deck. While it's not a body that contributes to your aggression, it is this late game clock that keeps on dealing damage and keeps you in the game if you're in a race situation by gaining life. In addition, if you're running an aggressive red-white deck, you probably have lots of little tiny bodies where a 3/2 rebate for 5 mana by getting rid of one of those bodies is probably pretty valuable. It's probably a pretty good choice. Here's a red card. Gain control of target creature with mana value of 3 or less until end of turn. Untap that creature, it gains haste. So you steal a card, but creature, but it has to be a pretty small one. Pretty conditional. Pretty. Like, I love that art. Holy shit. Is that Rumpelstiltskin over there? Mentor's Guidance, a blue card, sorcery. When you cast this spell, copy it. If you control a planeswalker, a cleric, a druid, a shaman, a warlock, or a wizard. Okay. Scry 1, draw a card. So if you're running lots of wizards, clerics, druids, shamans, warlocks, you get extra cards for 3 mana. So unless you have to at least draw 2 cards for this to be worth it, if you draw 1, it's a pretty expensive scry. We don't have any wizards yet. We don't have any bodies yet, in fact, which is something I have to remember. Novice Dissector, this guy again. Soothsayer Adept. Here's a wizard. 2 mana. 1/3. Slows down the game. Early game at least. Pay 2 mana, draw a card, then discard a card. Could be okay if I need to keep things smooth and moving. Introduction to Prophecy. Scry 2, draw a card. How good's Introduction to Prophecy? It's really hard for me to value these lesson cards right now. It's colorless, which makes it very usable no matter what I'm drafting, which I like. Stonebound Mentor. Whenever 1 or more cards leaves your graveyard, scry. So this does that. Seems that getting rid of stuff in your graveyard is a thing White white-red does. He's a 3/3 for 3. He's a good card all around, even without the text on there. He's not a bad card. So that's interesting. Spiteful Squad. Death Touch. Spiteful Squad enters the battlefield with 2 +1/+1 counters on it. When it dies, put its counters on target creature you control. I love cards like that. Love it. When Springmane Servant enters the battlefield, you gang 2 life. So here, I think this is the strongest card in the pack if you're going into red-white. Otherwise, this is the most versatile, open-ended card for this early picking in the draft. I don't know that we're going into this. This also seems very strong in red-white. I think that this might be the best pick to keep our options open. What do you guys think? Just to give me a little bit of guidance. I'm thinking Introduction to Prophecy. Because right now, we have 3 solid red-blue. We have 1 solid red card, 2 solid red-blue cards, 2 solid, a very solid, in my opinion, black-white card, and then a solid white-black card. How many lessons do people typically end up with in a game? How often you end up getting lessons in a game? Like, how many is the recommended lessons to have in your sideboard? I really like this. Like, this feels like a strong-ass card. Death Touch. It's removal. It removes anything on land. And when it dies, which you kind of want it to die because you're using it to kill a creature, you keep its +1/+1 counters. You get 2 free +1/+1 counters. It's a little expensive for 4 mana. Max lessons in your sideboard is 7, I think. There's a limit to how many you can add in there. Oh, interesting. I think this is the strongest card. It doesn't it's more committal than getting the lesson. But I love this card. I'm taking it. I think it's just great. I don't know the set really well, but I like it. Alright, so immediately I must just look right away at this white-black, since I just took a white-black card. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control. Other creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. This seems pretty decent. Not amazing, but if you put it on guys like the Spiteful Squad, then you're getting these tokens back as well. You want to aim at the creatures that redistribute those tokens, right? Here's Claim the Firstborn again. Don't love that card. Even though it's cheap, I don't love it. It's just too specific to little creatures. Stealing a creature when it's big is great, but yeah. Tend the Pests. So these pests are a thing, huh? As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature. So pests are something you like to sacrifice as well. Create an X, 1/1 black. So that's probably why that guy who's the 3/4 from earlier that I said was really not a great card, this is why he's good, is because he's sacrificing pests, not actual bodies. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature, create X 1/1 black and green pest creature tokens where, okay, they'll always give you 1 life when they die. Where X is the sacrifice creature's power. Okay, so you're killing a bigger creature to create a bunch of pests if you need them. Tokens. You're splitting a creature into a bunch of tokens. Blood Age General. So we've already seen Soothsayer Adept. Blood Age General. Attacking spirits get +1/+0 until end of turn. That's only if you tap them. I would rather he be like... I'd rather he only cost 1 and be a 1/1 with that ability. But I do like that he is a 2/2. He's a 2-drop. A 2/2 is always pretty solid early game to have on the board regardless of their ability. Fuming Effigy, we've seen this before. Benefits you when you take stuff out of your graveyard. Add 1 mana of any color. This would potentially allow us to... Yeah. leave our options open a bit more too. Plus you can draw a card later with it. That's an option open card, keeping your options open card. A lesson, a 5 casting cost lesson. Introduction to Annihilation. Exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. So they get card draw, but it gets rid of anything that isn't a land on the board. This seems like one of the, I'm just going to say, maybe one of the strongest lessons in the game, based on what I'm seeing here. I like this. We have yet to pick up a lesson, and I like removal as a lesson. I don't like that they get to draw a card, but maybe they'll draw a land. Maybe they'll draw a, you know, the fact that it's free, you know, like, this is free if you cast a learn. Like, if you got to go get this from your sideboard. This is almost playable in the main deck. This could, if I don't end up with cards that learn, I would almost put this into the main deck. Depending on what I draft. So yeah, I'm grabbing this. The other one I didn't read here is Witherbloom Pledge Mage. It's also any color, so yeah, that's very option open leaving. Magecraft, whenever you cast a spell. Okay, you gain 1 life with this guy out there. Well, this guy is just really, this is a good card, but only if you know that you're in those colors. I've taken that very solid lesson card. All right, next up, Stonebinder's Familiar. I know this card because he's in a pre-constructed deck that you get when you start the game. Whenever one or more cards are put into exile during your turn, put a +1/+1 counter on him. This ability triggers only once each turn. He combos well with Foretold, but I don't think Foretold is in this set. Mascot Interception. Otherwise, he's just a 1/1 for 1. Mascot Interception. Is that the mascot in his hand? This spell costs 3 less. This is their version of Quidditch in this school. This spell costs 3 less to cast if it targets a creature token. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gets +2/+0 and haste until end of turn. Oh, this is a pretty strong stealing creature spell for an aggressive red deck. Especially it only costs 1 to cast if you're targeting a token. And it seemed from what we saw from red blue and their 4/4 token generation, there are a decent amount of. Reject. Surprising to see this pick 8. I feel like the counter spells are always strong in a blue deck. Resculpt. Here's that token generation I talked about. Oh. So this gets rid, you could actually give this to your opponent. You could give your opponent a 4/4 if you think it's worth it to get rid of one of their creatures for 2 mana. Interesting to imagine an instance where you play Resculpt on one of their strongest creatures, and then you immediately play Mascot's Interception for 1 mana on that 4/4 token and attack. That's very interesting to imagine. Their version of, fun fact, their version of Quidditch is more like Capture the Flag, but instead of a flag, it's the college mascot, and all spells are allowed as long as they're non-lethal. Is it like Harry Potter, where they like seem to say like this has to be non-lethal, but the kids almost always die? The adults in Harry Potter are some of the most incompetent people in the world. They shouldn't be running a school. They're terrible. Professor's warning. Oh, that's a good call, CZ. You could steal the creature first, then resculpt it. Its controller. It's not its owner. It says its controller creates a 4/4. You could use it in either direction you wanted. You could, if you needed to finish the game and you wanted that creature with haste, you could do it the one way, or you could just steal the creature and destroy it. That's really interesting. That's a fun combo. Double combos with those 2 cards. You have a choice. +1/+1. Counter on a target for 1 black mana, or target creature gains indestructible. This is utility, but you don't get to draw a card, unlike that earlier card we saw. So while it's interesting utility, I feel like this should be a lesson card. This guy I don't mind if we're going into red-blue. There's not a lot of strong stuff to choose here. Biomathematician, again, when he enters the... Oh, we haven't seen this guy. Create a 0/0 green and blue fractal token ++1/+1 counter on each fractal you control. So this combo as well if you're doing a lot of fractals. We haven't yet drafted anything green. And I don't think that's strong enough to sway us towards green. Out of the colors we have so far, white, black, red, blue, out of those color cards that we're seeing here, this guy's decent. This is interesting. And could potentially be a punch-through card that is a win condition that just finishes the game off for you. This is always like, you know, I love counterspells. I hate counterspells too, you know what it's like. Resculpt can turn some of your little guys into bigger guys and can also be nice removal. I think maybe Mascot Interception is the best thing here. I like this body, and we don't have any bodies yet. But if we pick this, we're still leaving ourselves open to white, red. I'm gonna grab Mascot Interception. Because I feel like, yeah, there's more chance of us going white, red, black than there is chance. I don't want to have to go 3 colors, but if I have to, you don't know. But Thrill of Possibility, as initial draw 2 cards, you discard a card, okay. And then we've seen some of these other ones. Elemental Masterpiece I haven't seen yet. Create 2, oh wait, I have. Very expensive red, blue. Comes late pick, so is this not very good to run in limited? Or the bots picking based on how humans don't like this card? Curate to look at the top 2 cards of your library, put it, oh here we go. Maybe I'll just take the lesson, because out of what I'm seeing here, nothing is super strong, and this keeps me open again. Scry 2, draw a card. That's not bad as a lesson card. I'm just gonna grab this, just keeping my options open, because until I see the rare in the next pack, I don't really know what I'm doing yet. Notice me, Fraser says she belongs to the screen. Hello. Next up, well, this guy, I'm surprised to see this coming so late pick. Am I right in assuming that if this guy's coming this late, 10th pick, he seems like a really strong body in a red-white deck. Like, that seems like if any of the bots before me were thinking about red-white, he would have been picked up by now. Like, Vigilance is pretty good. No, both of these things are great. Because Vigilance allows you to race well, because you're leaving this guy as a blocker against another red-white deck. You're able to be aggressive while staying defensive. The Menace means that he has to use 2 creatures to block it instead. The only thing that he could have to make him better is haste in a red-white. Enthusiastic Study, target creature gets +3/+0 and gangs trample into a turn. So and it lets you learn. Maybe I should grab that. I don't love the Spell Satchel. It's so slow. Aegis Guardian is just vanilla. Reject is a decent card. I think it's between, oh, what's it? Double his toughness. I'd say it's between these 2 cards, but maybe this one as leaving me open to red-white. But it's more committal. I would say probably between these 2 cards. And because we have 2 lesson cards so far, I think we'll grab the Learn. We'd like to start to pick up some kind of learning, right? Hall Monitor. Haste. He can stop blockers. Might let you punch through when you need it. Infuse of Vitality, I think, is a pretty good card. None of these have Learn. Bibliopex Assistant in my spell-heavy deck might be good because it can go get a spell back for me. He's a 2/1 flyer as well, which isn't, you know, it would be nice if he didn't cost 4 mana, but a flyer that comes along with this ability to go get a spell back from your graveyard, this could be considered like half card draw almost. But here's a blue creature flying with Ward 2, a 3/1 flyer. And we do have 2 blue cards so far. I think this is the strongest card in the pack. So I'm taking that. Teach by example. Wow, it does seem like red-blue might be open. To see both of these guys. Neither are insanely strong, but neither, I think, deserve to be pick 12. And then curate. At this point, we shouldn't worry about picking only blue cards, because I think if we end up in playing red, we're probably playing red-blue. But it's very unlikely we play red-green, so this isn't as valuable to me now at this point in the picking. Considering the number of spells I have, so we need bodies if we run red-blue. We need being able to double some of my really decent learn twice. If I use this right before using heated debate, or I mean enthusiastic study. But bodies are also important, and he has haste, which I really like. What do you guys think out of these two? So you're saying red-white isn't aggressive. Interesting. You guys think teach by example? Maybe the body is safer. Curate, maybe? Yeah, I don't... So curate top 2 cards of your library, put any number into your graveyard, and the rest back on top of your library in any order. Plus you draw a card. That is a very safe pick. But, like I said, if we go blue, it's probably red-blue, not blue-green. But this one's fun. But this one keeps me with gas. It's like, give one that gives you gas or one that, like, spends gas. I'll take teach by example. At this point, we're either red-blue, I think, or we're white-black, and we haven't decided yet. The next few picks in the first pack, in the second pack, are going to determine which one we go to. So I might as well, I think, and that acknowledged, we need red-blue bodies. I just talked my way through it. Yeah. If we're going blue, we're going red-blue. And if we go red-blue, we need bodies, and we have none, really, so far. We have 1. So we need the body. We're taking the body. If we're going that direction. And we probably need this guy too. Start from scratch. It's a lesson. Kind of weak. Sudden breakthrough. Target creature gets plus create a treasure token. I'm going to take this guy. He's another body. And I like him as a 2-drop and as a utility. This is that thing that if you're going red-white is quite strong, I believe. And I hate that one right there, so I'm going to take this. Probably aren't going to go into red-white, but it's in our sideboard now. How do I do that? Why is it so hard to put stuff in the sideboard? There we go. Claim the Firstborn. Not a huge fan of that one. All right, so I'm going to take out everything that's not... maybe not yet. I'm not going to quite take out everything that's not a creature. I'll do that soon, though, once we've started to commit to a color pairing. So right off of the bat here... Right off the bat, we got Academic Probation. If we go red-black, or I mean white-black, will this be good? Sorcery. It's a lesson. For 2 mana. Choose one. Choose a non-land card name. Opponents can't cast spells with the chosen name until your next turn. It's like a temporary pithing needle in a way. Choose target non-land permanent until your next turn. It can attack or block, and its activated abilities. Oh, this is, yeah. In a constructed deck, I can see this being good. I don't think this is worth picking as a. Let's look at the rest of the pack. I don't think I'm going to be picking that though. Uncommon. Oh, here's another rare. Why did I get 2 rares? I thought I would only get 2 rares if one of them was this special type, but instead I got 2 rares. Oh, lessons can be any rarity, so you can get extra rares when they're a lesson. Okay. Augmenter Pugilist, 3 mana. We haven't picked up any green yet, so I'm like, but trample, as long as you control 8 or more lands, Augmenter Pugilist gets +5/+5. It's dual-sided. The other thing is a blue cast. Hello.
Are you gonna have a break, Essie?
Oh, I could break right now.
Just to, stretch.
A quick stretch break, everybody. And or if you happen to have a wife that needs to pee, tell her to go now.
Hey.
See you soon. Hey guys. So where we left off here, I saw that this was a double-sided card, which means that if you end up in blue, you don't even have to look at the green side if you don't want. So it can be a sorcery, choose target creature you control. Each other creature you control becomes a copy of it until end of turn, except those creatures aren't legendary. If the chosen creature is legendary, that allows them to all be on the board at the same time. Interesting. That is really interesting. In the right deck, that's a really interesting way to like suddenly win the game. So you have a bunch of like 1/1s and 2/2s on the board, and then all of a sudden they all become 5/5s because you target a 5/5 with this. It's very interesting. Late game card, especially when limited format needs punch through ability. Duress. Target opponent reveals their hand. That's of course extremely strong in. Well, that's what's interesting. It's not very splashable because it has 2 blue mana, but this combined with those little green-black critters, whatever they were called, pests, that's a very strong card with pests, but pests are green-black. So you'd have to run 3 colors to make that work. Does green have enough mana fixing to make that work? Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-creature, non-land from it. That player discards that card. So for 1... Oh, Duress is an old school card. I know that card. Ingenious Inspiration. Ingenious Inspiration deals 3 damage to any target, plus learn. I'm liking that. It's just pure, straight up, any target. Includes face. It's a strong card, and we like to see learn since we've picked up some lessons. That may be the pick right there, because none of these impressed me enough. And then this one is a Stormkiln Artist, 4 mana, 2/2. He gets +1/+0 for every artifact you control, which are probably going to be treasure tokens if you're building the right deck. Magecraft, whenever you cast a spell or an instant or sorcery spell, create a treasure token. Wow, so a 1 mana rebate every time you cast a spell, so long as this guy's on the board. Seems pretty strong to ramp up into expensive spells if that's the kind of deck you've built. Prismari, which I think is the name of this guild. Human Shaman for 2 mana. He's a 2/2. Always good. 2/2 drop. Magecraft, whenever you cast a spell, he can't be blocked this turn. If that spell has mana value 5 or more, you put a +1/+1 counter on him permanently. So he becomes a 3/3 if it's an expensive spell. Stonerise Serpent Spirit, flying 1/2. Exile a card from your graveyard. I guess it makes him not pingable, right? Exile a card, target creature gains flying. Oh, he grants flying to other creatures, but you have to have cards in the graveyard, plus this is expensive. Study Break. Tap up to 2 target creatures and learn. That's pretty good utility. I actually really like that card. The fact that you learn with it. Bury in Books. This spell costs 2 less to cast if it targets an attacking creature. So, as an instant, in the right situation, it only costs 3 mana. Put target creature into its owner's library, second from the top. Oh, I love it when you do that. That's so much better than sending back to the hand. Especially when you target something like early game. Like a 2/2 drop is pretty good early game for them to have played. But if on the 3rd turn, you're sending it back second from the top, and they know that in 2 turns, they're going to be drawing that stupid 2/2, that's annoying for a player. I like that type of card. Each player loses 2 life, you draw 2 cards. Simple. Maybe not a pick in this deck, and in this pack, but Unwilling Ingredient, Menace, Unwilling Ingredient. Oh, so you want to put counters on this guy. You also get a card rebate when he goes to the graveyard eventually, but as a menace creature, he can become big with counters on him, and he's difficult to block. Pillar Drop Warden, he has reach, sacrifice. You don't see a lot of red cards with reach. 4 mana to get a 1/5 that sacrifices himself to return an instant or sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. Activate only as a sorcery. I was about to say, if this is an instant speed, that's pretty good. Tangle Trap. Choose 1. Tangle Trap deals 5 damage to target creature with flying, or destroy target artifact. Nice utility. Wish it was a lesson card. Infuse with Vitality. I really like the red-black combo. I like the feel of that guild, but yeah, I don't think we're going red-black at all, or green-black. Almost nothing. We have no green cards. We still haven't decided black-white or red-blue, but we're definitely not going anything green. Add 1 mana of any color, sacrifice Letter of Acceptance, draw a card. All right, so we're going red probably. I don't know. Yeah, maybe we're probably going red-blue, but let's see what comes up. Weather the Storm, gang task, green card, doesn't matter. Storm. When you cast a spell, copy it for each spell cast before it this turn. Ah, interesting. Honor Troll. Not going green, but I'm just reading them. 2/3 vigilance. If you would gang life, you gain that much life +1. Honor Troll gets +1 +2 +1 as long as you have 25 or more life. Very specific type. Rip Apart. Choose one. Rip Apart deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or destroy. Okay, so this is a good red-white spell. And you guys are saying red-white is not the aggro? Red-white isn't aggro in this? Pop quiz, draw a card, then learn. Oh, well that's okay. Another one of these. Am I overvaluing this card? Is this not a great card? This feels really good to me as a common. Probably overvaluing a little. I just love that its counters get to be recycled. I think that's just so valuable and limited. Reckless Amplimancer doubles his toughness. Field Trip, search for a back. Okay, so we're not looking at, especially not looking at that type of green. This is a 2/3 Vortex Runner. As long as you control 8 or more lands, he gets +1. He's a 3/3 and can't be blocked. Oh, okay. Well, that's good and limited. That's like a flyer. That's even better than a flyer. Late game creature that can't be blocked unless it's removed, and it's a 3 damage clock, which is pretty strong in my opinion. Exile Illustrious Historian from your graveyard. Create a tapped 3/2 spirit creature token. So it's a 2/1 2-drop that can later be create a 3/2. So it's kind of card value, card draw. That's not bad, especially since we need the bodies and we can run it if we're doing. I'm getting to the point based on the cards we're getting past. We're probably going red, blue. We're probably going red, blue. I saw from experience from that last pack that this comes around late. So I'm not going to value that very highly. I wouldn't mind having one in my deck though. It's nice that you can discard it and create a treasure token as well. And then I guess that plays well with those cards that get spells back from your graveyard, which red-blue seems to have some of. I'm thinking Vortex Runner if we're wanting to start to commit to red-blue. Red-white. Like, okay, so out of the picks we have, red-white plays well with 1, 2, 3, 4 other cards that we have. This Vortex Runner plays well with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other cards we have. But only 3 of those are strong, whereas the red ones were almost all strong. Well, it's actually kind of even. So really, we shouldn't rule out red-white, in my opinion here, because out of these 2 cards, if I'm considering these 2, they both have the same number. I should also not rule out this one. This one plays well with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards that we have. Maybe this is the pick. Since we need the bodies, it's card advantage. It brings back, it has late game value that can bring back a 3/2. Expensively, but it can do it. Having an elemental masterpiece is good. It's easier to cast 7 drops in this format than you'd expect. Yeah, I think I would like to have one. But I saw it come last pack, and I expect to see another one later. I love Vortex Runner though for its, I think this is the best card in the pack, but it is the least close to what we've been picking. This is the second best. This plays well with the most things that we've picked. These have the same amount. I'm choosing Rip Apart. I'm still not 100% not going red-white. because like I just did my count. You guys saw with that count I did. It's the same number. It doesn't look like it when you glance over there, but the same number of cards play with either of these. Although Vortex Runner is less committal, but only if you're not wanting to like potentially keep green blue open, which I'm not. So I'm taking Rip Apart. Dual land. Flying Ward, pay 3 life, 5-drop. That's a pretty good 5-drop. Anyways, a Mythic, dual-sided Mythic just got put down here into the 3rd pick. Is this guy bad? 3 mana, 3/2, so the body alone isn't horrible. Other pests, bats, insects, and snakes and spiders you control get +1/+1. When he dies, you gang 4 life. He's dual-sided. The black side says, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put any number of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose 3 life for each card you put in your hand, and well, that's expensive. But when you're running pests, you get a lot of that back, right? You get all that life back. I wouldn't say it plays like a common Xyloxide. I'd say this is an uncommon value. And obviously he's mythic because he's absolutely essential in a certain type of deck in Constructed. And Wizards likes to milk people, or rather Hasbro likes to milk people for all they're worth and force the Constructed players to create expensive decks. Detention Vortex, what's this? Enchanted non-land permanent, but like what makes me look at this is, yeah, I mean, anyways, enchant non-land permanent. Enchanted permanent can't block, attack or block, and its activated abilities can't be activated. Oh, pacifism for 1 mana? Destroy Detention Vortex. Only your opponents may activate this ability, and only as a sorcery. Oh, it's a temporary pacifism. It's a bubble that can be popped. Your opponent can take it away for 3 mana. Alright. Not a pacifism for 1 mana. A very bad pacifism. Karok Wrangler. Maybe this would be a good card if it said learn. You know, in that sense, it could be considered a target creature doesn't untap during their next untap step or something, like, and draw a card. Like, that could be actually okay. But yeah, the fact that it doesn't learn or draw a card, or even scry, makes it not very valuable, especially as an uncommon. Karok Wrangler, Magecraft, when you cast a thing, you put a permanent +1/+1 counter. I like that. Lorehold Apprentice. Magecraft, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell until end of turn, spirit creatures you control gang. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. If you're running a lot of spirits, this potentially ends the game, right? That's interesting, but we don't have any spirits yet. We don't know that we would. Pop quiz, simple pickup if you're late. Pillar drop warden, blood age general, novice. So based on what you guys have been seeing, since you know the format better than me, Oscar Salazar and Xyloxide are the 2 that seem to have played the most. Do you think I'm being sent? I know the bots don't really send signals, but do you think anything's open based on what I've been being passed? Attacking spirits, get +1/+0 until end of turn. Also good for spirits. Otherwise, it's just a decent 2-drop. Each player loses 2 life, you gain 2 cards. This is okay if I'm going into black, but I'm not completely certain. It's not strong enough to pick over the other ones. At this point, I'm probably definitely going into red with the possibility of red-white. I should probably rule out red-black. I mean white-black at this point. But I should keep open red-white. I'd say that's still open, potentially. Red seems very open. Blue-red looks most open to me. It does seem pretty open. Nothing in this pack seems super strong. And because of that, and because I really, the reason I say I should really rule out red, black, white is because I want to take this, but I think I should rule it out. I should just get rid of any idea of running it, because we didn't see much, and we haven't seen much coming around. This was closing statement was just such a strong piece of removal, I had to take it second pick. But yeah, we're looking at potentially red, blue, but also potentially, we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blue cards, and only, out of those, only 3 are strong. On the other hand, out of the red cards we have, 1, 2, 3, 4, rather 4 are strong. So out of the red, white, or blue here, there's no blue cards we're considering. We're either taking is Pillar Drop Warden worth it? Like, that's a way to get a spell back from your graveyard, so it's sort of card draw. Help me out here. What do you guys think you would lean towards here? You can splash white easily into blue-red. That's true too. Due to the many treasures too. That's also true. Treasures are any color you want. So Rip Apart is very playable right now in my deck. I'm glad I picked it. There's not a lot here for us to choose from. Is Lorehold Apprentice going to be, is it higher value than I'm thinking? Or am I going to pick up a decent amount of spirits? You take the dual land? It's probably, that may be a good idea. That's a good point. I kind of was blurring my eyes to that, because nothing else seems super strong. In any color, really. This is just a weak pack. Yeah, I'll just take the dual land, because this doesn't seem strong unless I'm going spirits, and I haven't picked up a single one. And I think red-white is the spirits, and or at least white is the spirits, and I'm not going strong into white, so we got a dual land. So it is, oh, hey guys, white is very splashable, and that's another really nice piece of removal. We're good for removal. You can never really have too much removal, so long as you've put win conditions into your deck. You still want bodies, obviously, and important is that you have enough bodies to draw their removal out so that when your bombs do hit the board, they've already used some removal, so they have less likely abilities to deal with those bombs when they hit, if you have bombs. But you can almost never have too much removal. I really want to make a counter deck. Should I pick up the Elemental Masterpiece or the Rip? No, I'm going to take the Rip Apart. I'm taking it. I'm just glancing at everything else here. Defiant Strike. Draw a card. Target creature gets +1/+0 till end of turn. No. Rip Apart. Yes, the fact that Rip Apart can also hit artifacts and enchantments is great utility that could get you out of a big bind, potentially. If we're going 3-color, Archway Commons may be a little bit better to look at right now. Here's a white card that gets bigger when you cast spells. Magecraft. Elemental Masterpiece is, again, I don't think I'd ever run more than 1. At most 2. And yeah, like I really think we're going to see, we see so many coming around. I'm not worried about picking one up yet. Elemental, 2/2 for 3 mana. Return it to its owner's hand for 1 red mana. Add 3 mana. It can only be a sorcery, so you can't like save him when he's about to die to give yourself mana. But he gives you 3 mana for 1 mana. It's like an investment. It's like you're kind of charging up a battery. You put him down for 3 mana. You have a 2/2 body on the board for a bit, and then when you need it, you get 2 extra mana to like cast something bigger if you need it. That's an interesting card. How often does that come into do well? Ignis ramps you into Masterpiece, for sure, right? Serpentine Curve? What do you guys... Serpentine Curve. Oh, you want me to look at this. Create a 0/0 green fractal, put plus 2. Oh! This becomes really big when you have lots of spells in your graveyard. So it's a 1/1 at the very least, and if I've cast like 5 spells before this, it's a 6/6 for only 4 mana. That seems to play well with the deck that we've built so far, doesn't it? Because we have a lot of spells. We are running lots of spells. I like that card, yeah. It rewards us for the number of spells that we've put down so far. So yeah, we'll pick that up, sure. I like it. And there's another one. So it looks like red-blue with a splash of white. And this is what I said, right around halfway through the second pack, you've got a pretty good idea where you're going at this point. And now we're starting to see oh, that's a cute little owl. Flying 2/2 for 3 mana. Instant and sorcery spells you cast with a mana value of 5 or greater cost 1 less to cast. So he brings the value, the cost of that big spell down. You guys are saying Serpentine Curve, though, is like massive. Let's just really double down on our strategy. Is Serpentine Curve considered like one of the best commons for red-blue? Because look at how much we got here. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cards that we potentially could be playing before this comes out on the 4th turn. So if we're casting 1 a turn, 1 sorcery or instant a turn, on turn 4, 1, 2, 3, he comes out at least as a 4/4. And if he's cast much later game, he comes out potentially as a massive guy. Do lessons go to the graveyard? Yeah, I don't know. Do they? I like that this guy's a flyer, and I like that he makes expensive spells cost less. So he'll make this one cost 4. And if we end up picking up that token generating sorcery, what's this one here? Academic Dispute instant. You target creature blocks this turn if able. You may have it gain reach until end of turn. So this has utility. It can give your creature reach, or it can give force theirs to block. Pseudo removal for their side. It's good utility, especially that you get to learn from it. I'm going to cast this. I'm going to get the Serpentine Curve. I like him. Having 2 of them. I always like having like kind of 2. It makes your deck more consistent. The likelihood that you'll see them. And it lets you build around that strategy a bit more. I mean, we already have built around the strategy. 2 is a nice number. Double Strike, 1/2. Dwarf Shaman for 3. If you're buffing him somehow, he becomes more valuable. Otherwise, he's not that great. Arcane Subtraction, no, we've seen that many times. Minotaur Shaman, 3/4 for 5 mana. Whenever he attacks, you put an instant or sorcery card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. If you do, exile the top 2 cards of your library. You may play those cards. So he's sort of like card draw if you have sorceries in your, but only when he's attacking, and he actually detracts from the power of our Serpentine Curve. So I'm not looking at this guy. Strategic Planning. Sorcery, look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them in your hand and the rest in your graveyard. This is good for Serpentine Curve, potentially. Everything else is green, blue, green, black. I think out of the colors that we're considering, I think Strategic Planning might be the easiest pick to look at here. I like that this lets you learn, but I don't love what it does. Even though it lets you learn, it's not that good. I don't like that this is a sorcery. I don't like that you can leave some mana open and then play it at the end of your opponent's turn for free, kind of. But if it exiles 2 and you can't play them, it counts towards the curve, so it's kind of a wash. Oh, Serpentine Curve looks for exiled cards too? Oh. Oh, okay. Alright, so Dust Speaker is takeable, and we need bodies. Alright, thanks for letting me know that. It is also exiled cards. Okay, that changes. I thought it was only graveyard. Alright, we have a body. Yay. We don't have a lot of those, right? So that's nice to see. Prismari Pledge Mage, I have played in the red-blue. I know this guy because he's in the red-blue deck. Pre-made deck that you get to play. He's a defender, so he can slow down the game, the early game for us if we're getting aggroed. And is aggro a typical? Am I gonna see a decent amount of aggro decks? This lets me stay calm. And then whenever I play a spell, he gets to attack. And with the number of spells I'm running as a 2-drop for 3/3, he's going to be attacking a lot if I want him to. He seems pretty good to me. Red-white, and we'll be splashing white, instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. And that creature dies. Create a 3/2 white spirit token. I don't like this because it targets a creature of my own, and I don't have a lot of bodies yet, so this is unlikely to... And this will just... Even though I like having instants, this is unlikely to get played often enough to matter. I like this body too, but I like where this sits in the curve, and I like that it... What's this one? Flying 0/2. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, target creature you control has a base power of 2 until end of turn. Oh, so it can give itself 2 power every time you cast. So these two are kind of similar, actually, in terms of how they'll work in my deck, because of the amount of casting I'll be doing. This is a 1-drop. It's a 2/2 1-drop, and this is a 3/3 1-drop. So both of them go ahead of the curve, assuming I can keep them powered up with the number of spells that I have. Out of the two, I think the Pledge Mage is the safest pick. I think he's the safest one. I do want win conditions, meaning flyers, but I think the Pledge Mage just makes me feel a little bit more comfy in our current strategy, which is a late game sort of building up to Serpentine Curve type thing. The Serpentine Curve is our win condition, big bodies, late game. So we need to handle the early game, so we're not panicking. This could fix my mana a little bit if I think I need it. We are splashing white, I think, so tap 2. Oh, this one lets me learn, plus it slows down the... Is that Hugo puking, Becky? Okay, I was wondering what that sound was. Aw, poor guy. Here's a flyer. Exile a card from your graveyard. Target creature gains flying until end of turn. So this one gives guys flying. The ability for that to work with the Serpentine Curve is actually pretty cool. But this lets me learn, which lets me keep casting things. And learning lets me go get this piece of removal. That's another thing to keep in mind. Slows down the game. Neither, I'm not sure I would run either of these. I think I'm going to take the study break just in case I really feel like I need more learn cards. Ah, and there's an Elemental Masterpiece. So many of them coming around. I knew we would get. So with what we're running, this late game strategy, we could potentially run 2, but I'm happy if we only get 1. This came around. I feel like this is... Wow, what? Really? It's a little more expensive than it should be, but it's one more. But for the one more life, the one more mana that you're paying for it has ward and forces them to sacrifice 3 life. That, I feel, shouldn't have come that late. It's not insanely good, but it's better than a 11th pick. This is better than an 11th pick, in my opinion. A sorcery that puts 2+1/+1 counters on creatures you control, and other creatures get +1/+1 until end of turn. When you guys are saying that black-white is the aggressive. Also, I'm not completely... It's easy to blow out? What do you mean blow out? Oh my god. So these are clearly not valued very high. Maybe I'm just not understanding the archetypes very well yet. All right, so on our final pack, we got 2 green rares. Yay! And then a green-black uncommon. Woohoo! And then a spell satchel that we've already passed a million times and we don't care about. And then a team pennant. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has vigilance and trample. It can equip creature tokens for only 1 mana. Giving our Serpentine Curves trample could be valuable. It costs 4 mana to do, but when we do it, it shouldn't be an issue getting that much mana to do it. That might work in our deck. Let's look at the other red-blue cards. Here's another Elemental Masterpiece. We're sure to see one more over the course of the next few picks. Good boy. Thrilling Discovery. You gain 2 life. You may discard 2 cards. If you do, draw 3 cards. Elemental Summoning. So this just gives you a 4/4 for 5 mana. Let's start looking at the curve then, the creature curve, just to have an idea of what I'm doing. So I'm going to take out all of my, I'm going to use this to do it. I'm going to take out all of the, can I double click them when they're down here? I'm taking out everything that's a spell, keeping the bodies, just to see the creature curve. Though I have this feeling that creature curve in this particular format is a little weirder or less like typical. Okay, these are our creatures. This is also a creature technically. So I think I kept all the... Yeah, I don't think I passed any of the spells that are creatures. Yeah. So, this is a creature that would fit... We don't really need another 5-drop, though. Another Elemental Masterpiece for our late game strategy of big blue. Blue-red has the big creatures in this set. That's just interesting. I'm thinking, so there's dual land. We don't want to run green. We could pick up the Elemental Masterpiece. This is underwhelming for a 5-drop, and we already have 2 5-drops that are okay. I don't want to have like too many 5-drops. I'm thinking of just getting the Elemental Masterpiece out of the way, because I think we want to run 2, considering how late game this deck looks now. What do we got here? Red-blue dual land. Frostbow Snarl enters the battlefield. You may reveal an island or mountain card from your hand. If you don't, and enters the battlefield tapped. So it's a dual land that can potentially go out if you have the lands in your hand. It goes out untapped. Or a land that creates any color we want, which helps with our splash ability. Red-white that creates... Okay. It's a lesson that creates, okay, a 3, but it costs... Oh, it could be red or white, so this is actually kind of good. Core Shaman. Remember, these symbols here mean red or white. They don't mean red and white. So this is like a red card or a white card in a vacuum. It could be anything you want, really. First strike, 2/2, Magecraft. Whenever you cast a spell or copy an instant or sorcery spell, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Oh, this seems really solid 3-drop, especially in our deck. And we need a 3-drop. We need bodies. Expel. Exile target tapped creature. I gotta go for the removal, and we are running some white. And that's a really solid piece. But this is a pretty friggin' solid 3-drop. The first strike makes it great, but it's kind of only... It's an aggressive... It's trying to be a kind of aggressive, and I don't... Like, it can be a good defender, though. It's conditional. I like the Expel. This is simple, straightforward. It's instant speed. It targets only tapped creatures, but like, so if you're being attacked or whatnot. And what's the land that you're asking, XCZ? It's just a dual land. It's rare. It comes out untapped if you have a mountain or an island in your hand already. Otherwise, it comes out tapped. So it's a dual land, which helps us smooth our draws. But as a pick 2, I'm taking, I think, removal here. Take that and put it in our sideboard. Teach by example. It says duplicate spells. So what's our win conditions here? Our win condition is our big boys. Probably untouchable by red removal. I'd like some counter spells to protect them. Our flyer is a win condition. And then these guys. I wish they were flying. Fervent Master, you may pay 4 rather than pay its mana cost. If the 4 mana cost was paid, an opponent discards as any number of cards, then draws that many cards. Otherwise, search your library for up to 3 cards, put them into your hand, shuffle, then discard 3 cards at random. That's a pretty risky. I don't like that. No. Why the other thing, the forecasting cost too? I don't get it. No. Secret Rendezvous, you and target opponent each draw 3 cards. Nope. Divide by 0. Return target spell or permanent with its mana value 1 or greater to its owner's hand plus learn. That's funny, 1 or greater. Okay, yeah, so it can't return target. This key thing to remember here, it can't kill tokens. Tokens, if they're sent back to the hand, they just get killed because they can't go back to the hand. This is interesting because it can't kill a token. It can't bounce a token. That's why they said mana cost of 1 or greater. But it learns, and it is bounce, and it is an instant. First day of class, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on it, and it gains haste until end of turn. Learn. Playing this right before casting 2 tokens is interesting. But would we have the mana? because that's a total of like 9 mana to do that. Teach by example duplicates a spell. I think if I'm casting anything ahead of this, I would rather it be teach by example, right? Then I'm getting 4 tokens. So yeah, if I'm casting anything before. Heated debate can't be countered. Heated debate, oh, piece of removal. We are drowning in removal. I'll acknowledge that. We desperately need bodies, but I can't not look at the Siren's Call of removal. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put one of them into your hand, put one of them on the bottom of your library, and exile one of them. This is card draw, which we may need. And then you can play one of them versus another body in the 5-drop slot that also allows us to scry, which is also pseudo card draw. I think Expressive Iteration, it's card draw plus it beefs up our Serpentine Curve. Thrill of Possibilities, what? Draw 2 cards as an additional. Oh, what is the better piece? Draw 2 cards, but you have to discard one. So you discard, say, a land. But I don't want to discard lands because I'm saving up for these late casting costs. So this isn't something I want to do, getting rid of lands. This is more for that white-red deck. I mean the white or whatever. I think I'm taking Expressive Iteration. Spectacle Mage. Hey, this guy will help us with our Elemental Masterpiece. I wanted to take him earlier, but I took the removal instead or something, I think. I also like Vortex Runner. I wish I could take both. They're both 3 drops, which we need. But I like this guy. He's awesome, in fact. Oh, I like that too, actually. Oof. I hope this... Will it table? This is pick 5. There are 11 cards in here. Scry 1 dot... Wow, there's a lot of options for us. But yeah, I think I want the mage. He's the best. He's cute. Flyer. And makes this cheaper if he sticks around. Seems excessive, that sound effect. Practical Research. Hey, that's a study date. Draw 4 cards, then discard 2 cards unless you discard an instant or a sorcery card. Interesting. That's big card draw, that's for sure. I think I might grab that. Yep. Big card draw. We don't need any more card draw. We're good. Creative Outburst. I know this from a pre-constructed deck. First of all, Academic Dispute says it's just a simple instant. Target creature blocks this turn available. Gives your own creature reach if you need it to. This one deals 5 damage to any target, and that includes them, their face. Put the top 5 cards of your library. Look at the top 5 cards. Put one of them in your hand, the rest of them bottom of your library in any order. Or you can discard this to create a treasure token. So for 2 mana, you're ramping. And then this goes to the graveyard, which helps your Serpentine Curve. It helps you ramp into your later token cards, smooths out your draws and your mana. I think I like that. Helps with my splash, since treasure creates any color I want. Campus Guide. When it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, then shuffle, and put that card on top. Oh. It puts it on top of your library, though. Mana fixes, but... Double Strike... I would like to pick up another one of these guys, but I'm not sure it's better than Creative Outburst, especially for the 5 damage to the face. I like the versatility on this one. This is a 3-drop, 3/2 lesson. Ooh, this is tough. Between Spirit Summoning and Creative Outburst... I think I like Creative Outburst the most for its discard ability. I like the 3-drop that is also a lesson and also goes to the graveyard to increase our count for our Serpentine Curve. What do you guys think between Spirit Summoning giving us the much needed body that is also a spell, or the Creative Outburst that gives us 5 to the face potentially late game?
and can also be used to ramp into our token generation. You guys think Outburst? That's what I was tending towards. But boy, oh boy, do I hope we get more 3-drops, because that's where we're actually lacking. If we could get like 4 more 3-drops, it'd be nice. Unlikely. I would like another Prismari Pledge Mage. He counts as a 3-drop in my opinion. For our intents and purposes, he is a 3-drop. And there he is. Could we get him? We could also have this one. Which one's the better 3-drop? He's a 2-drop that acts like a 3-drop. He's a 3-drop that is probably going to have just as much power as him, and he has first strike. Dueling Coach. This is that guy that benefits tokens. Man, what a great late pickup if you were going into tokens. I mean, counters. Defend the campus. Creatures you control get plus. This is, okay, at this point I have to say no more removal. And it's conditional removal. It only removes something that is big. Expel. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Why? Why the amazing removal? We're not winning with these bodies. We need to stop the little bodies. And I'd say if anything I'm stopping the little bodies with, I'd rather have the removal to do it. So I have to take the expel. Because that's the only role of these bodies. I don't need the bodies to do damage to their face. I need them just to block their creatures. And what blocks a creature better than expel? Except that it only gets used once, but it also ramps up our Serpentine Curve. I have to take the removal. Why is it coming around that late? There is such a thing as too much removal if you don't have a win condition. That is key. If you fill up a deck full of removal, but you have nothing to win the game with, then you just removed all their cards and you waited to the very end to die instead. You delayed your death. But if you do have a win condition, and we have many, we have 2 Elemental Masterpieces, and we have 2 Serpentine Curves that are going to be big bodies. We have some flyers. We have win conditions. We have 5 face damage in Creative Outburst late game. So there's only such thing as too much removal when you don't have a win condition. That's my opinion. Card draw might help us get to the bodies that we don't have. Versus this 4/3 4-drop, he will not be triggering his text because we don't have anything that makes stuff leave our graveyard, and we don't want to because we want it to stay there, right? Unless we're exiling it or whatever, bring it to our hand. We don't have anything to bring it back to our hand. Reject actually might be the pick here. I think Reject is the pick because in our early game, if we want to stop their early game and keep it slow so that we can get to our Serpentine Curve, this also beefs him up. I'm taking Reject. Another Reject. Or, when you cast a spell, copy it if you control a Planeswalker Cleric. Okay, scry 1, draw a card. How many wizards and stuff will we have? There's 1. Take these out of here. 2. Taking these out. There's a shaman. The thing is, we just generally don't have a lot of them, regardless. We have 10 total creatures. Maybe I should get this guy. He's a flyer. He's not horrible. He's not great. But he is going to get us a spell back. And if he goes and gets us an Elemental Masterpiece back, or Serpentine Curve, which is a sorcery technically, if he gets those guys back, that's card draw. And he's a win condition, he's a flyer. I think he's the pick here. Resculpt. This is a much needed body, I would say. We could turn our Prismari Pledge Mages into 4/4s that can attack any time. We could turn our Befuddler into a 4/4. He's also pseudo removal, but this one also learns. This gives trample to our potentially big Serpentine Curves. This is win condition. and it lets us learn. This one also lets us learn and gives an extra +1/+1 to anything that comes out after it. Oh, teach by example. All right. So our big thing here is duplicating our serpents before they come out. That's the combo we really want to go off. We want to, before we play Serpentine Curve, we're playing Teach by Example, which will make him one bigger as well. The only weakness I think out of the build that we created here, I don't see anything we want. Well, maybe we could actually maybe run him. I don't think we will. The only weakness is a little bit of a lack of ramping. I would have liked the ability to ramp to these bigger things, and I expect, oh, nice. Yes, good 3-drop. We finally got a Vortex Runner, which I wanted way earlier on, but there was always something better. All right, let's see what we got, guys. We're gonna have to make some decisions. I think we can't run everything we gathered because we ended up making our commitment early enough that we have an abundance of the colors we are in. We might not even need to splash white, but we have that option. Let's see what we think. Out of everything I have currently in here, I want to run all of these. I'm just taking out everything that's not a creature first. Yes, I want all of these. All of these. Good, good. So we have 12 cards that are creatures-ish. And then we want to look at... Well, first of all, let's look at what is the creatures in the sideboard. Just this guy that I'm choosing not to run. He'll slow down the... Maybe I should run him, yeah. He'll slow down the early game. Probably a good idea. We didn't get a second Prismatic Pledge Mage, so this guy will be doing that job as well. What I don't like is that he's off color. I'm going to take him out for now and know that I have him there. Because let's focus on red-blue first and decide whether we even need to do the splash into white. I don't know that we do. It's nice to have that option, though. Hi, pal. So first, 2 super solid pieces of removal. Third, learning removal. This one, win condition-ish, gets rid of a blocker on their side, plus... Yeah, punches through. Teach by example. What? I thought we got 2 of these. What the? Oh, what? I thought we picked up 2 of these. I could have sworn we got 2 of these. Huh? All right. At some point, whatever. Anyways, electrolyze, nice piece of removal. Card draw, needed. That will help us with our lack of bodies potentially draw to those bodies. And it'll also give us some of our very good spells that we have. This is also card draw that can get to the bodies that we are short on. I'm going to run Creative Outburst. Both of those. Yeah, I'm not so certain that we're splashing white. Is it worth it to splash white? We have 2 slots left. I probably want to run the Enthusiastic Study for the ability to learn, plus it gives Trample, which can go on to one of our big serpents. The only reason we would splash white is for the 2 rip-aparts. I'm not sure we need to do that. I don't think it's needed. I think I'd rather run the Mascot Interception for our 23rd card here. I think that's a pretty good looking red-white deck. There's lots of card draw so that we can get to the creatures that we need. So all the learn cards are sitting in our sideboard, right? Or do I have to do anything special? Or is all the learn stuff just automatically in the sideboard? For learn cards, we have this piece of removal. It lets them draw a card, but it's otherwise it's free, you know, like Scry 2. We have 2 learn cards, and I think we have 2 cards that let us learn. So we have 2 lesson cards, and we have 2 cards that go get the lessons, I think. It's a nice to have. Oh, we have this one, but I can't run it because it's white and black. No other lessons. So these 2, which isn't horrible. Do I have to do anything? Not in deck equals sideboard. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so I like the looks of this. So we're not splashing for the expel or the rip aparts. If I were to run those, I would have to consider getting rid of my card draw or my bodies, because I don't think I would sacrifice any of these red-blue spells. I don't think anything in here is weak enough to sacrifice and consider running white instead. We have an abundance of removal. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I think we have a dual land we can run. I think we got a red-blue dual land, didn't we? No, we only got a red-white one. All right, guys, let's jump in. Hopefully, I can keep up, as I need to read my opponent's cards as I play to even figure out my strategy. You guys think Reject might be better than the 4-mana artifact? For the early game, I did decide not to run that 2-drop white card because I'm not splashing white, and Reject is essentially like creating an extra defender in a way. It's early removal. Does it Reject is only on creatures, right? I like Bibliopex Assistant because it's a flyer. And remember what I said, we need win conditions. We need to be able to fly over their heads and actually win the game at some point. So that's why I want to keep that. I'd rather have the body. I know he's expensive, but he also potentially gets us one of our token generating cards back, which is another body. The Serpentine thing, the Serpents, and that late game 7-drop, they're both spells that can be brought back by the assistant. Not a strong opening hand, but it's also not quite bad enough that I think I should pass it. It's a pretty bad opening hand, but I don't think it's mullable. I'm keeping it. I guess I'll play a blue land first. Played a red. Do I want to drop the frog just vanilla at the end of his next turn? Yeah, I don't think he's worth keeping. It depends on what he plays right now. Alright, I'll drop him. He'll start doing some face damage. So we have a Serpentine Curve right now that won't come out. Oh, I forgot. Serpentine Curve can affect itself. But he is worthless right now as a 1/1 that costs 4 to cast. Oh, he used a piece of removal on my frog. Okay. All right. I'm okay with that. All right, Expressive Iteration. We need that type of card right now. So I'm glad we drew it. Look at the top 3 cards. Put one of them in your hand. So which one will... I already played a land, which was dumb of me, actually. Shit. I should have waited. Damn it. So I'll put this one in my hand. One of them in my library. I should have put Elemental Masterpiece in my hand. Fuck me. Damn it. Exile the mountain, and I can't play the mountain because I was dumb. And I played my land first. I shouldn't have done that. Okay, lesson learned, and this will happen a lot. I'll sacrifice another creature, put a +1/+1 counter. Well, I'm glad actually now that I kept the heated debate. Quite glad. Does red-black have anything that can save his creature if I wait to use heated debate next turn? Would his deck in his hand of 5 potentially have anything that would like make it a bad idea to play heated debate next turn, or should I wait till next turn to play it? Like in the last set, or should I just play this guy right now and take the 3 damage to the face and get that expressive iteration back and start doing 2 face damage to him? I think I need the card draw because I need land. There's a 1 mana thing that makes it indestructible. Okay, I eventually got an answer. Alright, so what I don't like about Bibliothèque Assistant is that it puts it on top of my library, but I wish it put it in my hand. Am I going to take 3 to the face again? I think I shouldn't. I think it was worth playing the Bibliothèque Assistant, not knowing it would be removed, to be able to start doing 2 face damage to him, putting him on a slight clock. I don't want to play my serpents yet. I need some land. 1 will go into my hand. 1 will go in my library. And 1 will go into exile that I can play right now. But I have nothing to play after that, unfortunately. So next turn I'll have 5 mana open. I'll be able to play my Augur Battleseer finally. Or potentially my Ardent Dust Speaker. I think the Dust Speaker might be the best thing to play. I kind of want to actually play the Dust Speaker later with the Serpents. Alright. Whenever Conspiracy Theorists attack, you may pay 1 and discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Whenever you discard 1 or more non-land cards, you may exile them from one of them from your graveyard. If you do, you may cast it this turn. So he's kind of like pseudo card draw for a red player. I think I need to put the blocker out there. So he has to attack to make that happen. He's getting card draw. So I'm not going to attack. I want to defend. The good thing about the Seer is that he's going to give me scry every turn that I don't attack. And that's nice. That's nice to have. So is he going to... he's already used 2 pieces of removal. Will he have another? What is this? Discard a card. Create a 1/1 black-green pest creature. Each opponent mills cards equal to the amount of life you've gained this turn, or exile 4 target cards from a single graveyard. Uh-oh. He can exile my cards, which are going to make my serpents less valuable. He's looking through my graveyard right now, and he's considering doing it. Shit. Shit. Well, that just destroyed my serpent strategy, and knowing that that sits out there forever now, I have to accept that my serpents aren't going to be valuable for the rest of the game. Wait, it says end in exile. It still is fine if they're in exile. Okay, good, good, good. I keep forgetting that. Okay, I'll scry one. I probably want... Do I want land? Like, I could take the Masterpiece, but I can't cast it for another turn until I get one more land. But I do want the Masterpiece, so I'll take it. But I need another land. I might just want to build up the bodies on the board a little bit. Maybe put them on a slight clock. That might be a good idea right now. He's going to take control of that guy for a turn, which is annoying because now he's going to get card draw when he attacks. Why is this highlighted right now? Oh, because I can discard it at any time. I forgot about that ability. There's nothing I can do about this, which is annoying. The most annoying part isn't the damage I'm about to take, it's the fact that he's going to attack with his Conspiracy Theorist. He gets the card draw no matter what. I have a plethora of removal in this set, so in this deck, so I don't need to trade with it right now. I just have to take the damage. It's annoying. It's annoying that he got card draw. And he also discarded this card, which he can now play, but he can't do anything. Fuck it, I'm dealing with that guy right now. I need to, because I'm at 13 life. If I wasn't at 13 life, I might have a bit more confidence that I could last longer. But I need to keep my life total from getting too low. I don't want to be at 6 life. And I'm happy to have gotten rid of that guy. Oh my god. Wow, what great luck he's having. So he just, wow. What bad luck I'm having. And he just got more card draw. So he had a card that allows him to sacrifice one of his own creatures, and that creature was mine because he had just stolen it. I think I'm still in this game though. Create. Here's where mid to late game I start, now that I have 7 mana available, I start to change the course of everything. He's gonna keep, what did he just do? He created a little token guy. Those will be blockers for him. My serpents are coming. I would love to draw into into my Teach by Example. I swear, I thought I got 2 Teach by Examples. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, because I knew he had that. Wait, no, I didn't know he had that. Now I have to lose both my tokens. I have no choice but to defend. And then he's making it so I can't block. Wow, am I crazy, or did he just get like the perfect rollout for his deck? Like everything he needed exactly was what he had to deal with me. And he oh, this is just bad luck. Do not chalk this up to my deck. He just got the best possible scenarios for himself. This is just unfair, and this is magic. and why it's so frustrating. None of this had to do with my deck or how good or bad it was. His deck just rolled out insanely well with the exact things it needed. There's a possibility I come back, but with the types of cards he's running, it's unlikely. He has these, I mean, he's already used 3 pieces of Take My Creature. Because I saw him discard one. He didn't use it, but it already got discarded. He can't be running more, can he? I have a total of 6 mana I can use. He's running out of gas, but he keeps drawing cards as well. I mean, the fact that he played a rare... This is to be considered a bomb in limited format. Maybe not a bomb. It's very good. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, seriously, the shit he's getting against me. Like, this is exactly what he needed against me. Is this how this set goes? Is this just how this set goes? Like, if I don't deal with that, every single time I play a card now, I'm taking damage. I only have 3, I can only play 3 cards for the rest of the game. 3 spells. And I have to play them right now. I have to take 2 damage. I'm done. That's it. It's over. Because if I play both Serpents, he has 5 attackers. If I play the Spectral Mage, I can block 1. Where's my fucking removal? This entire deck is packed full of removal. Where is it? I haven't drawn into a single piece. This shit, man. Man, this fucking game. Yeah, I take a damage. He's like, this is the worst possible deck I could have gone up against, basically, his. It's over, I'm just fucking conceding. Wait a minute. No, yeah. It's over. Wow. No, this is a very weird deck that he's running. Is red-black even it's not even a school. Not a common thing you see in this format, you're saying. He's just running the anti-my deck deck. That's what he's running. And this is magic. Like I said at the top of the show, I've made the best decks I've ever made in my life that go... One of the best decks I've ever made in Crimson Vow, I made 2 nights ago. And it went 1 win. It got 1 win. And it was like by far, and it was almost a carbon copy of another deck. It was better than another deck I had gone 7 wins with. In my opinion, it was better, slightly better. And yet it got 1 win, and that's just magic. Especially limited magic. I literally don't think I've ever seen a red-black deck in this format before. Wow. Fun times. There's always the next round. See, this is the thing though, like, in the next 2 games, I could get mana screwed in my entire, like, after all that time drafting and spending time with you crafting this, it could be over. Yeah. Yet again, not a great opening hand. We have so much cheap removal and we're not drawing into any of it. How can you pack your deck full of as much removal as we've put into it and not draw any 2 games in a row? Because we're playing Magic the Gathering, that's why. And now he's getting a fast rollout. At least I'll trade with my frog. We're using my frog as removal. That's how desperate we're getting. With this deck packed with removal, we're trading a creature. We're using him as pseudo removal. Just to make sure his rollout doesn't get too out of hand. You guys were telling me that I should make sure I don't run too much removal, and now here I am 2 games in a row and I haven't seen a single piece yet. I don't think Magic's good for me. I don't think it's good for my fucking stress, my heart. And now I have a card that I can't use. I have no plays. These are my, like these are, I might need a treasure token. I might actually have to, I need a treasure token. I'm discarding Creative Outburst just to get a treasure token next turn. That's how desperate I am already. And this green deck is having a great rollout. Please stop the bleeding. He definitely has removal. This is not going to last. Because we know how this has been going. What even is this thing? It's got Menace, so you get Spy with this still. And it's going to get bigger if he starts gaining life. I need removal now. At least I get to scry this turn. Of course. And he's getting that creature back. And he put a +1/+1 counter on. Wait a minute, I want to use his scry ability. Did I accidentally pass? All right. Removal, please. Nope. Removal, please. I'm already in an insane amount of trouble. At least they're running out of gas. He's got one hand left, one card left in hand, but he's about to learn. Create a 0/0 green fractal. So you have to reveal learn cards? So he can create next turn, he can create a 4/4. Possibly he's gonna create a 5/5. Oh, I got my 2/2/3, my fucking 3/3 blocker. Yay! Fuck! Man. And Hugo, you're just like, you're really, this is not the time. Please, stop meowing. I can't block it. This does give it 1 extra toughness, which would allow me to have blocked. Maybe I should have. But I'm also afraid of this 4/4 he's about to play. If I don't have any answers for it. 5/5. So I want to be able to block that. But I mean, you know, whatever. The game's already over pretty much. Yeah, I don't have any answers. They didn't give me any answers. Like I'm just fucked. I'll kill the 5/5 this turn. I'll take fucking 5 face damage. Nah, it's over. I'm done. I'm done with this match. I'm fucked. This is fucking ridiculous, man. Yeah, I know I have a fucking thing in my... I have a piece of removal in my... Yeah, probably I should have done that. Yeah, I guess I'm on fucking tilt. This is so stupid. How many pieces of fucking removal are in this deck? Look. Sorry, this isn't a very cozy, calm, hanging out stream. Like, look at all this early removal. 2 heated debates. Ingenious Inspiration, Electrolyze. 4 pieces. You know what? I have less removal than I thought. I'm splashing in white. I'm taking out... I don't fucking know. The Pledge Mage. I'm taking out... this piece of shit. I will run a reject instead of the Befuddler. My literal only creatures are going to be my tokens. I don't care anymore. This is stupid. So I'll play stupid. What else I got? I'll run the 2 Rip Aparts. I will take out... I don't need the Interception. I'll still run the Assistant. It's a flyer, that's why I'll run it. I do like the trample that this gives, and that's why I want to keep it, so that my... it's a tough decision here. How many other cards let me learn? I think I have 1. There's 1. It's the only card going to get me anything if I don't run the Enthusiastic Study. I don't care. Whatever. I'm getting rid of the Enthusiastic Study. Looks good. Actually looks pretty fucking weird, but what were these 2 last games? What? You want a stretch break? Okay. All right, we'll be back in a minute, guys.
I'll pee, I guess.
All right, guys. I'm back for my third loss. Let's see how long this takes. We're in the loser's bracket. Could I possibly be matched up with somebody who has a weak deck? I don't think mine's weak. Who knows what it's like now? I went crazy, took out even more creatures. I think I'm running 8 bodies, I think. But in the last 2 games, I couldn't draw a piece of removal to save my life, so I just packed my deck full of every piece of removal I have, which I think now gives me 8 or 9 pieces of removal. Let's see if I'll actually draw some now. Now I'm running 3 colors, and I only get blue, and I have all dual colored cards in my hand. I have to mulligan. Now, oh my, oh, I might retire from Magic. I might be done. This shit just isn't fun. This is so fucking stupid. Wow. I have an Expel I can cast in maybe if I draw one more card. One more land, I might be able to cast Expel. I can discard the Creative Outburst. Can't play Expressive Iteration, so I'll put that. But Expressive Iteration would allow me to, if I get another blue, I would rather actually have Expressive Iteration over the Electrolyze. I'll just get rid of both, because I have to. Double mulligan. I can come back? Yeah, we'll see. And he's getting... what looks like a good rollout just right off the bat when I had double mull. So he's already beefing up his... oh, I'm up against... I had to double mull. I'm a slow deck that had to double mull, and I'm facing an aggro white-black deck that's having a good rollout. Thank God. Hey, look it! It's a piece of removal, everybody! I got 3 pieces of removal that I can finally cast. I know he'll be attacking, so I'd rather cast the Expel. Is there anything that white-black has that could suddenly save it if I used the Expel next turn? I don't care. It'll take too long for me to wait for an answer. I'm just going to see if I can. I would rather use the Expel right now. Although, what if he pays a beefier creature? Then Expel can get rid of that. Later. Expel is actually more powerful later. Holy shit, I got land.
It'll probably be safe for a little bit considering it has ward. What a derpy ass looking card. I should have blocked last turn. I should have traded. I need to slow this down. The 2-1. What's the more threatening card here? They're playing an abundance of creatures and I have nothing. How is this the loser's bracket with the way they're rolling out right now? I want to see what they play. How do I see what he's playing behind it? I can't move this. What the hell is that? Make your mark. I can't.
Oh, I right click it. Okay, so I will. Who was he playing it on? On that. So I'll 2 for 1 if I do this right now. I'm taking 5 face damage, but and he still has this in his hand. It's within the range of heated debate if he uses it. I'm down to 2 cards, he has 4 in hand, and he's about to draw another one. This game's over.
I would need to draw into like. Well, I need my fucking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't even cast the creatures. I could cast my serpents as 3 drops right now. He's just got non-stop stuff here. Maybe I should have cast the heated debate on the professor before combat stage came. Yeah, I should have. Well, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, in what scenario do I get back into this game? Like, fuck you! Like, what the fuck? Oh my god. I needed this so much earlier. This is fucking stupid. Oh my fucking god. He's gonna make that a 4/1 attacker. I'm down to 1 life. Why wouldn't he put... He decided not to use the tokens. Holy shit, I can actually use this properly. Oh my god, magic gods are so kind. Does he have removal? Of course he does. But at least he's out of options. We're both in the same situation. We both only have 1 card. He just has 20 life, I have 3. It's no big deal. We're both doing great. I have card draw. Okay. Okay. I now have the ability to cast a large piece of removal. He doesn't have counter spells because he's white-black. I don't have any defense against flyers. I have to kill that with 5 damage. I have to do 5 damage to that. That's my only... I have no choice, but at least he used that. Okay, that's good. That's good that he used that now. It makes me feel a bit better about this. Can I cast both these? Because I have 7, 8. Then I'd cast... No, I can't cast both. Now I'm getting upset because I feel like the game is giving me hope when I shouldn't be being given hope, like that this is... What is the best thing to take here? I think probably the practical research. Expel is removal that I need, but practical research gets me potentially many pieces of removal. Next turn. I think practical research makes the most sense. It's a little less safe than expel. He's going card by card while we have card draw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so he gets to kill one of my cards now. He'll probably get rid of the card draw that I just drew. Yeah. He would have also got... Okay, so I can get a piece of removal back. That's nice. Or... No, I think probably the key choice here is Creative Outburst, because... What's the chance that he would have a haste creature? Should I grab removal right now? Should I grab a Serpentine Curve and try to end this in the next turn?
Serpentine Curve might be the one I want to grab. I can do whatever I want here because he has no cards in hand, so it doesn't matter what order I do things in. Outburst also goes face. It is both removal and draw, that is true. Serpentine Curve, however, potentially just wins the game next turn. If he doesn't top deck a creature or removal, I win the game next turn. Whereas if I go with face damage, let me do the math. I would do 4 this turn, putting him down to 12. Then next turn, I could do 6, putting him down to 6. And then he'd have 1 health left with face damage. I'm grabbing the curve. Because with the curve, I win next turn. Whereas with the face damage, I leave him with 1 health. Oh, I don't win next turn because it doesn't go to my hand. Anyways. Oh, and then Spectral Mage. No, I could have won next turn with face damage because of playing Spectral Mage. Fuck me. Yeah, Matt. Matt gave me that info just a second too late. It goes on top of my deck, not into my hand. Oh, it doesn't matter because he knew the serpent was coming. Like, what is magic? What the fuck is magic? How did I not lose that shit? I should be happy, but did any of that have to do with my skill? No, that was fucking dumb luck. The same dumb unluck that I got from having to mull twice and then still not get the lands I needed. Like, what is this game, man? Why do we like it? It's fucking ridiculous, is what it is. I just don't know. It's a weird format. That's part of what's really leading to my frustration as well, is I really don't even know it. Even with the Dwarven thing, I kind of knew what was going on. It was weird in the way that, like, 5-color decks were almost always the way. Everybody was running 5-color, which 4-color, 4 to 5 sometimes, like, which was weird. But at least I could get my head around what it was. It was still just creature curve. You know, but with this red-blue, you don't think they would have conceded if I chose Creative Outburst? Well, I mean, whatever they top decked was what made them concede. It was probably a land. But yeah, I should have chose Creative Outburst because that was the guarantee win. Because of my little owl. I forgot that the owl was going to be attacking next turn as well. In my math, I hadn't factored that in. Alright, this is keepable. Still don't have an opening piece of removal that I'd like to have, but I have all 3 colors that I need and an expressive iteration to draw into some removal potentially. And there's a piece of removal. Alright, hey, look at it. It's the way that I fucking designed the deck. Holy shit. You know, it's the things I expected to draw when I play this deck. Probably shouldn't play the expressive iteration right now because it will waste the exiled card. That is the mana of any color, plus he can sacrifice it to draw a card later. I don't want him to see that I have white yet, but if he plays a haste creature, I want to have Expel ready to play. Maybe I should have played Expressive Iteration right there and kept the land back. The fuck is that? A fungus beast. It enters the battlefield tapped. 4/2. Return it from your graveyard to your hand. Activate only if you've gained life this turn. So anytime he gains life, he can get that back into his hand. And I could kill it right now. And I will, because I don't have any other removal. That's a benefit of it coming into play tapped for me. And I get a new rip apart. That's nice too. Things are going a bit better. Three 3/1 flyer goes out with ward, so it's not easily dealt with right now. But he does have 5 mana. What's that? A 5/5. Whenever you cast a copy of an instant spell, you get 1 life. He's got Life Gang. 3/3. That's a big body. Did I play my land already? I didn't, so I'm going to play an expressive iteration. Oh, thank God. I'm getting pretty lucky here. The heated debate goes back in the library, and the planes I want to play right now. Actually, I should have... Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So I got the exact piece of removal I need now to deal with that 5/5. I'm getting removal. I'm getting removal. Does he? I don't think there's anything that can say. Oh, he has a blue man. He has. Does he have a counterspell? Could he? He has an island. I didn't really think about that. God damn it. Wait, what? What's going on? I have no idea what's happening. What is happening? What the fuck just happened? I couldn't even keep up with that. What did he just do? I lost my creature. He targeted my 3/1 flyer with this, which had nothing to do with his creature being removed. So he wasn't responding at all to what I just did. He just happened to decide now's the time to play this. I don't envy the new Magic player, because this game can be quite confusing, even to a veteran. I guess I'll wait till next turn to decide whether I play my practical research. Whenever you gain life, target opponent loses 2 life. Sacrifice another creature. She gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the sacrificed creatures. I can probably leave that on the board. That doesn't seem like a super big threat, does it? Is this a threat, guys? Probably not immediately, right? Like, I don't need to worry about ripping it apart right this second. It's a sorcery anyways. Yeah, I don't even have the option. Now I discard 2. I'll probably discard... the islands. I'm gonna decline discarding a instant or sorcery. I'll get rid of the islands. Now I'll play an island. And I have, you know, an abundance. I'm just gonna remove it, and I'm just gonna beef up my Serpentine Curve. Wait a minute. Should I be destroying that artifact over there? No, I shouldn't. I don't need to worry about that. So I'm doing this just to make my 6/6 Serpent. I mean, no. I'm gonna wait. I'm going to draw more. I'm playing True Control, and I'm going to wait to use Reject next turn, potentially. I'm just adding up to the size of my Serpent. And now I have a Teach by Example, which is going to allow me to double my Serpent when it comes out. Should I grab... I can't play this guy right now. I don't have the open mana, so he doesn't get kept, unfortunately. So I'll put him back in the library and I'll exile the mountain. I think I already played a land, unfortunately. That was silly of me, but I didn't know what I was doing. So next turn I'll probably counter whatever creature he has coming. And then the next turn, I'm hoping to play 2 7/7s. I've definitely got the card advantage. Unless he pays 3, and he has 3 available, so I can't reject that. I thought he'd have a beefy creature by now. Equipped creature has flying. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. We definitely want to. Should I destroy the creature or destroy the boots with Rip Apart? Like, is that good? He draws a card, then discards a card. That's gonna help him stay in the game, potentially. I could put out the 2 7/7s now, but this gives them flying. What do you guys think? I'm gonna leave my reject open right now, and I'm gonna rip apart the boots, I think. Because then I can play the Vortex Runner now. He's not unblockable yet, but I'm gonna get rid of the boots. I don't want him to have any chance to get into the card advantage, like claw his way back in. And I'm gonna leave the mana open for rejecting next turn. Again, if he has a beefy creature coming, I wanna be able to deal with it with reject. And the Serpentine curve continues to get bigger. It's going to be when it gets played a 9/9, because this will go out first, then this will come out. If I have a chance to reject, I will have 2 10/10s. If I use reject this turn, destroy target non-land permanent. So he just used a piece of removal on that, so I'm happy about that. I would like to keep that guy, but I'm glad he's not using it on one of my 10/10s that's coming. Gets a little life back. He's not playing anything else. He has 2 cards in hand. Oh my god. Do I want to keep the Teach by Example for this? I think that's getting too greedy. I think it's time right now, because I could have 4 4/4s if I did that, but I think right now it's time to put out the 2 9/9s and start to make things happen. What the hell is this shit? Quandrix Campus. Okay. The Timmy in me is happy. 2 9/9s for 6 mana. Exile a creature card, exile up to 1 target creature. So we got rid of one of my guys and one of my sorceries in the graveyard there. Okay. What should I grab with the assistant? Should I just get the serpent back? I think I should. You should have gotten rid of the serpent, dude. If that is your real name. Look at me, I'm all smarmy now that things are going well. I don't have enough mana for the... Oh, I did have enough for the 4/4s, but I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I think what I wanted, I was thinking that last turn, I really want to keep the reject open. I just feel like going against a green deck, I don't have removal right now to deal with a very large creature if he comes out with one. So countering is my only defense to a giant creature that might come out. That's my fear. And I feel like the 9/9's doing just fine right now on his own. For now. I have a piece of removal that can get rid of a 5-drop, and I do have the mana for it, but yeah, what if he drops a 7/7 or an 8/8? I don't know the set well, but I have a feeling green still has big guys, right? Another piece of removal. All right, so now I might put out the 2 4/4s. And he has one card left in hand. All right. I was really expecting to be able to reject a creature by now. But I think if he had a big creature to play, he would have played it. So I'll probably be safe to, unless he top decks a big creature. What do we got? He just... Okay, this is what he did earlier, right? He draws a card by sacking a creature. Okay, you can sacrifice as many creatures as you want to get as many cards as you want is what that does. I see. So we got... What the fuck? Black-green, dual land. So there's my Serpentine Curve. So 2 4/4s or one... Let's put out the 2 4/4s. I feel like that might be harder for him to deal with at this point than 1 9/9. It's not as good as my 2 9/9s, which he was able to deal with. Like, how lucky is this guy getting that he keeps on digging into... Yeah, they're digging for answers, but they've already gotten so many. So, like, I feel like it seems like the odds are on their side. Oh. To get more answers, I thought. Yeah, Becky's got the throwbacks to Hearthstone in there. Oh, 2 is a streak. It's the beginning of a streak. I've gone, I'm not saying this is going to happen here because I have no idea what's happening, but I've gone 2 losses before with a deck, 2 horrible losses, and then gotten 7 wins. It happens. Rip Apart with no way to cast it, Serpentine Curve, which is late game and I don't want it, X Spell, which I can cast in 3 turns, and a Reject that I can cast. I should keep this, I shouldn't get greedy. Hopefully we'll draw into what we need. Like mountains. There's a mountain. Good stuff. Reject will be here to reject any early creature casts they have, but I will have to consider the fact... I should probably put out Rip Apart. Or it's a sorcery, it doesn't matter, but I'll put out a mountain. Electrolyze. If Electrolyze can deal with whatever they're about to play, I shouldn't reject. Reject should be saved for something a bit beefier. And yes, Electrolyze can deal with that. Do I want to deal with it next turn? I have nothing else to play on turn 3, so I might as well electrolyze it next turn. And I get to draw a card, so that's worth doing earlier than later. Submit 1 target, 2 damage. Draw a card. I love cards that have built-in card draw, where you get the card back. Next turn, maybe nothing really to play, because I don't want to play that Serpent yet. That's my win condition, is big Serpents that can't be dealt with. Especially against a red deck where most of its removal is going to be damage based and not like destroy target creature. So the Serpents become even more powerful against his deck when they're big. I need more excuses to use my removal and my counter spells so that I can have bigger Serpents. But they aren't going to get big unless I'm casting. He would be able to get stuff back from his graveyard. It's a 1/5. Do I care? I can't remove it very well if I don't reject it, so reject. You probably would have let that hit the board if I wasn't trying to get my Serpent bigger. It sounds like an entendre when I keep on saying that. Get my Serpent bigger. So now out goes the Dusk Speaker, and considering he has nothing on his side of the board, and I have a bit of removal, there's a distinct possibility I'm going to start to be able to get spells back right away. Or rather, triggering his ability right away, because I can put Reject on the bottom of my library, and this guy draws 2 cards in a way. Do I have an instant? I don't. Rip Apart isn't an instant. So is there anything he has that could cost 1 red that could turn the tide in his favor if I were to attack right now? Should I be afraid of it? Make your mark. +1/+0 makes his spirit on death. So that's what he might have in hand, eh? So I probably want to just rip it apart right now and attack. I might not have the mana to cast whatever Ardent Duskbeaker is about to do, about to dredge up for me, but he might get me a land. I'll put Reject on the bottom. Now I get to see 2 cards. One of them's Rip Apart. I'll play the... Is a 4/4 worth dropping yet? No. It's my win condition. No artifacts to destroy. The only thing I can point this at is my own creature. Unfortunately. But if I cast it, and this stays in exile, right? So it affects my Serpentine Curve regardless. It stays in exile, I just can't play it until... So yeah, I'm fine just to let that fizzle. It's still out there in exile, affecting my Serpent. So I have Creative Outburst as a piece of removal that I can cast next turn. 5 damage, and it's card draw. I'm actually, it's funny because I like rejiggered this deck on tilt, but I'm actually thinking this version of the deck is better. Just really committing to this Serpent strategy. Attacking creatures you control have double strike, okay? So that'll attack my face for 4 while I'm only attacking for 3. each turn, I might want to destroy it with Creative Outburst. I'll attack first though and see what I can get. I'll see what my guy gets for me first here. Because if he blocks, like that's, he won't. I'll put Rip Apart on the bottom. And I get two options, and they're both lands. Is Creative Outburst an instant? It is, so maybe I'll save it for next turn. Does white have any "this creature is indestructible" cards? Like, would it be too risky to cast Creative Outburst next turn after I see what he's casting next turn? Or could I just put out the 4/4s now? I'm just putting out the 4/4s now. Fuck it. Yeah, Expel can't go wrong because it's exile, not destroy, correct? So that is a good card. This is perfect removal. The only imperfection being you must wait for them to attack or tap themselves before they play it. Do I have 2 blue mana? I don't. I actually do, but I haven't played it. So yeah, I wouldn't be able to play. I do have the available island if I play it. The only reason I didn't is because I got those 2 exiled mountains. Having the Dust Speaker unanswered right now is pretty valuable for me to keep the advantage, the card advantage. If he's unable to, there's Make Your Mark. That's what you guys told me about. Thank you for answering. That would have taken down my creature if I blocked. Show of Confidence. When you cast the spell, copy it. What? You may choose new targets for the Okay, so this is permanently a 5/5, so I'll be using Creative Outburst next turn. Or it's a 4/5, 5/5 that turn. Now I'll use Creative Outburst. What do I want in my hand? Removal, card draw, 2 forms of card draw, or a flyer that potentially, I think I should take the flyer. He hasn't had any removal yet. I have no removal left. I think I should take the Heated Debate. Do I have a Learn? There's no Learn cards in here. I'm gonna take the Heated Debate, because I just want to make sure I always have a piece of removal right now. Especially with Ardent Dust Speaker on the board. I'm gonna decline to do this, because I have nothing I could cast anyways. I didn't even see his life total. He is insanely low. I didn't even realize that, how low he is right now. It's easy to forget things like, you know, silly little things like your opponent's life total. You know, the way you win the game. What is happening? So this is what, like, this is just like reconfirming, affirming my anger at the beginning when I lost 2 games immediately and horribly. This deck feels like it has the potential to go 5 wins, and yet it almost lost immediately with no wins. Like, that's magic. It's just like, you can think you created something good, and then it does nothing at all. It's frustrating. Who knows? We might lose the next one, but I really believe this deck can go 5 wins at least. Maybe more. When it does what it's supposed to do, which we've been watching now, it looks so good when it does what it's supposed to do. There we go. That's good. That's a good opening hand for this deck. A very good opening hand, in fact. These are the perfect pieces of removal that I wanted. So that thing becomes a 2/2 every time that they cast a spell. which they might not get a huge amount of opportunities if I'm not casting early creatures. I don't think that thing's going to do a lot of damage for a while, so I'll probably just electrolyze it in a while. I'll probably electrolyze that first. Whenever you cast or copy an instant, it can't be blocked. If that spell has a mana value of 5 or greater, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Alright, I'll have the mana open for reject next turn. And then I'll electrolyze probably the apprentice. Well, he's got card draw, so that's going to beef up the other guy. And I can't counter pop quiz. 4 to the face. Pop quiz is essentially draw 2 cards if you have a good sideboard of learn. Wait, they didn't reveal anything. That means they couldn't learn? Because don't you have to reveal learn cards? They have no lessons? Oh, they did the discard instead. They must have no lessons, because why wouldn't they decide to... I mean, I guess it's maybe legitimate choice. I think I should remove instead of keep my mana open right now. Plus the card draw. I need a plains at some point. I have Ingenious Inspiration as well. And I'll probably want to use it. And that's going to ramp him into high casting cost stuff. Plus, this is one of my few spells that lets me learn and go and get my extra piece of removal that I put into this deck. I'm almost have too many cards in hand to keep on putting cards in hand. Probably play the Bioplex Assistant and get myself a piece of removal back. Although that will make me have to discard a card because, oh, it goes on top of my library, right? But I don't want it on top of my library because I want land. So... I'll put out my little guy. Okay, that was a bad choice because they no doubt... Oh, they only have 2 cards in hand, but if they have removal now, they're going to have a way to boost their guys into 2/2s. Looks like they don't have removal. All right. I think I have to play my expressive iteration just so that I can get some land. I'll put the... I'll have another chance. I want to exile the plains. I want to put, I think, Rip Apart into my hand. And I'll put the Masterpiece back into my deck. I don't need it yet. Card advantage is how I win this game, so I need to play very conservatively, and that includes not attacking with my mage right now. I would, I think, trade my mage if they attacked with a 2/2.
I don't want to win the short game. This isn't a deck that does. So I'm not attacking. Because if they attack and bring me down to 11 life, I'm a little bit worried. They just created a treasure token. Something big might be coming. What is that card? Discard a card, draw 2 cards. And they did this all at the end of my... No, this is their turn, okay. Yeah, I'm trading. I'm happy to trade, really, to keep this... I don't want to get down to 11 life. The question is, 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I'm going to play Bioplex Assistant to keep my reject open. Get myself a piece of removal back. Onto the top of my library. Let's see which one. Probably the ability to learn again. Or the ability to draw a card. I'll take the inspiration. We're looking for big plays late game, guys, and that's clearly what we're ramping up to right now. We want to keep them under complete control. Uh-oh, here comes 2 4/4s, which is hard for me to deal with unless I play mine and I don't have them. But I can put out 2 5/5s next, 2 6/6s next turn, which is going to be how I deal with that. He gets to attack with his 3/3. Yeah, I'll put out my serpents now. I can do teach by example and then play... No, I can't. Wait, yes I can. Yes I can. 2 5/5s. They only have 1 card, I have 5. They have 8 more health than me, but I think I'm in the advantage here. Now I'm going to play conservative again, and I'm just going to use cheap spells to do removal. I want the card draw ahead of... So this will cost me 5 to do this. I don't want to do that. I want to do it for... Because what's the ward on this thing? 2. So this will cost me 4, which will leave me open to reject. There's nothing he can do for me as a defender, really, so I'm going to attack with the 2/2. If they cast a spell, I would have liked to play that out, but this is one of the other frustrating things about Magic is that you'll play a bunch of games where you just get like destroyed and you desperately try to hang on like I did in my first game. You're just trying to make something happen, claw your way back in. You're not able to, you lose the game. Then you go on like a little streak with the same deck like I'm doing right now, and you start to do good, and the deck you're having fun being on the other side of that. They're struggling to claw their way back in, but then they concede when they have 3, like a locked board and 6 more health than you. Like, can I play the game for a bit, instead of like winning that way? Like, let's play this out a little bit. Just when you're having fun and feeling like your deck's doing well, you're just like getting auto wins instead. And that's not fun either. They were silly to concede. There's no way they were completely done.
I wasn't about to attack with my 5/5s, being at 10 health. Like, the board was locked. Maybe they had to, yeah. You're probably right, Becky. Expressive Iteration, Serpentine Curve. This is a good opening hand. Could I have milk tea back? Thank you.
Imagine I had it ready that quick.
That would have been crazy. I'm a little calmer now because my biggest worry in those first 2 games was that this show might end after all that talk and all that drafting. The show would end in 3 games and I would have learned nothing about the set. Like, at least now I'm seeing and reinforcing that what I drafted wasn't bad. It might not be the best deck in the world, but it wasn't bad. But if I had lost 3 games in a row, I'd completely question my perspective on the entire set and how I even think about it. It would have been a crappy start. Again, I'm not going to play Expressive Iteration. It's a waste. Do I want to create a treasure token? I don't think I need to. We'll get to the lands we need. I'm up against a green-blue deck. With a bit of a slow rollout. Lucky for us. Because that plays well with our deck. Slow rollouts. Put 1 in our hand. And put the reject in our hand. Creative Outburst goes back in the library and Plains goes into our... So, like, everything, I know that I'm short on creatures in this deck, but like I said, it's playing out the way that I said during deck construction. I talked about how our card draw, our abundant card draw will get us to the creatures that the few creatures we put into this deck. And it is, when it's working. Whenever you cast it. So this guy gets permanent +1/+1 counters for every spell they play on that side. I probably want to deal with that right away. Before it gets out of hand or away from the range. The biggest problem I've had so far is almost having too many cards in hand. I've had to, like, almost fearfully had to discard cards if I don't pay attention. I've had so many cards. There's nothing quite so annoying as knowing that your opponent has perfect removal in hand and knowing that you have to hold off. This is another creature I don't want to get out of my scope of ability to kill. I want to keep 2 mana open for my reject because this is a green deck. They might end up playing some pretty big guys. So, and I get to card draw here, so.
It's very hot.
Thank you. So I'm happy because I have 2 mana open for any big creature that might be coming. Although they might not be too keen on playing a big creature right now considering the fact that they counter skill. Oh shit, that's annoying. There's nothing I can do about that. He saved it. He put it out of range of being killed. Cost him a card, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but that creature's getting big quick. And I don't have a lot to do. I have to use my introduction to Annihilation next turn. And they'll get a card back for that. Annoying, especially since I'm gonna have to take 5 face damage now. Or 4, maybe 5, yep, 5. and they are now ramping. And if I want to cast Introduction to Annihilation, I'm going to lose my ability to keep 2 mana open next turn, which reduces my ability to deal with any potentially big creatures that are coming. Let's hope they aren't ramping into something big right now. Okay, they're about to they can create a 4/4, and I can't counter it anyways because it's a sorcery, so I don't have to worry about the reject going to waste. How do I deal with that 4/4 when it comes out? I guess I just have to have a bigger serpent. It always sounds like an entendre. Are they deciding whether they should attack or not? Seems like an obvious choice. Is there any counterspells like that could stop my Introduction to Annihilation next turn? They got card draw to that annoyingly, keeping them in the game with me in terms of card advantage, but it had to be dealt with. We're getting closer to my Serpentine Curve time to drop. Do I have... I can now have 2 4/4s. They get 1 4/4, I get 2. Probably the right play. I would love to keep my reject open, but we're getting to the point where they have so much land open, it's unlikely that reject would ever end up working. No snakeskin. Yay. I thought they would snakeskin veil it. Okay. It might be time for the Serpent. It is time for the Serpent. And we get to leave mana open. They are confident in the amount of removal they have, given that they decided that a stalled board wasn't good enough for them, that they wanted to remove one of them. They can also create a giant fractal soon. So I need to be ready to create a giant serpent soon. They're going to create a 7/7 fractal next turn, potentially even an 8/8 if they tap out. And can I reject that? I can't, because it's a creature spell. This doesn't count as a creature spell. It's a sorcery that creates a creature. It's different, annoyingly. I think I have no choice but to play the Serpent now. But if I do, and they have an extra land, then they're putting out an 8/8. Maybe I have no choice but to put out... Practical Research. I do. I have no choice. I think this is the right play. I need to see... it's an instant, but I need to see what I am getting now. I'm going to keep... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah. You know what? I'm getting rid of the reject. Why won't it let me submit it? Discard 2 cards, but unless you... Oh, I already declined. Damn it. Because you declined... Ah, what a weird way of doing that. It's just odd. Alright. Okay, I can cast Double Serpents now. That's the point. Anyways, it doesn't matter. Double 9/9s. And I've still got a reject ready. You can have it. You can have your little 7/7. That's cute. That's cute. That's adorable, in fact. I'm getting real snarmy now. Hello. So at this point, we're stalling the board to the point where we can get maybe some flyers. Oh, he's gonna get another. He's gonna get his one of his fractal summoning back, maybe. You know what? Rejected. Ah, shit. Never mind. I forgot. 3 mana open is all he needed, right? So. The hubris got me in trouble. I should probably deal with... Alright, good. Expel is what I needed. I should probably deal with... the Bibliotech Assistant. Should I attack with the 9/9s? He can take out 1, but he would lose his 7/7. And then I'd start to be able to go aggro with the 6/6. I think maybe I should be going aggro. Yeah, I can afford it. If I was on his side of the board, I'd be relieved to not see me attacking with the 9/9s. And now that he's tapped out, thanks to... That was my strategy. I used a spell to make sure he was tapped out almost. Now I take out one of the 7/7s. I lose a 9/9, but now he's only got 2 4/4s over there protecting his side of the board. And you know what? I'm just gonna bring back a 12/12. Is coming. Maybe even bigger, 11/11. It's got more elementals. I'll attack with the 9/9 that I know he has to sacrifice at least 2 guys to kill. You know what? No, I've got the flyer. If he brought... Wait, he can like 1, 2, 6, 7. The biggest he can still make is a 7/7. Do I go aggro? If I kill the 2, he would have to... Yeah, I go aggro. I take out 2 of the tokens. He takes out my 1. I get by with 6 damage. 8 damage. He's down to 3. I put out my 11/11. It's hard to imagine with my 2/2 flyer that he's able to answer everything that I have. Like, well, he's got a chump blocker now. Well, it's not a chump blocker. Okay. It's a good flying blocker. Another chump. 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. He can only kill my 11/11 if he lets all my creatures by next turn. As far as my 6/6 goes, maybe that shouldn't attack. But the 11/11 should attack, especially that it's clear he doesn't have the removal to deal with it, because the only way he stops it is by sacrificing 3 creatures, which opens him up to a loss the next turn. I don't want to lose the 6/6. Will he block with everything? No, he's just going to chump, which is what I wanted. Because I want to just keep him on his heels at this point. Unable to get back into the game just out of desperation. Now I've got card draw on the Dust Speaker, assuming that it goes unanswered. Oh shit, that's annoying. That's annoying as fuck. Alright. Now he can deal with the 11/11. Probably one of the only answers that green-blue has for an 11/11 creature besides bounce. And now he's getting what back? He doesn't have the... What is he bringing back? The Fractal Summoning. I thought he already did. But I guess I would have seen it in his hand, wouldn't I? I thought I countered it, but then he tapped out to keep it. What did he bring back? I have 5 face damage somewhere in this deck. It's in here. In the next 16 cards, I have 5 face. So that may be what I'm just waiting for at this point. And I can get to it quickly because of my card draw. There's Rip Apart. Alright, so now we can get rid of the blocker in the air, or rather the perfect blocker on my 11/11. This is all very good stuff to draw right now. I'm going to put this into my hand because I'm not completely sure that I'm using it right now. Mountain goes back in the library. Vortex Runner I'm definitely playing right now. Now, I should probably use Rip Apart. And attack with my 11/11. Yay! This deck almost lost miserably. Guys, I lost my first 2 rounds horribly. Horribly blew me out, like just completely destroyed me. Slaughtered me. This deck looked like the worst thing ever made. 3rd game, I had to mull twice and just won by the skin of my teeth, got lucky enough to draw the right cards to stay in it, and I won somehow. And now, I'm on a 5-win streak. Becky almost divorced me. It was looking so bad. And then she saw the size of the serpents I was able to cast. Those 9/9s. I don't think I tilted the second one completely away. I did make a small... I made a mistake at the end of the second game. I wasn't still in it, though. That game was over. They had me so on my heels that, like, even getting my sideboard piece of spellcraft or whatever you call it, lesson, was desperation. I wasn't still in that. Like, I had 2 cards. They had 4 or 5, and their board advantage... I was done. I was done. I was tilted for sure, but I was done. This is a really bad hand, but I have Rip Apart. If I draw 1 more, I get to cast Expel. So I have the removal to keep me in the game early. And then if I get a single island, I can use Expressive Iteration to get myself more land. But is that desperate? Am I hoping? Because these two aren't usable till way later, so the only usable cards in here is Rip Apart and Expel, and Expressive Iteration to potentially keep me in the game. But, on the other hand, is this a harrowing enough hand to consider mulling down a card? I don't think it is. I think I keep it. Why am I facing a diamond player? Oh, I guess diamond's only one above me. Still. That's diamond, right? Or is that platinum? What is that? Should I discard this and get the token? I feel like that's maybe the smart thing right now. So that I can play Expressive Iteration in case I don't draw into an island, and I didn't, so I think that was the right play. It's the smart play to give me the best chance of staying in this game. One goes in my hand. Heated debate. One goes in my library, practical research, and I'll keep the island because I needed the island. So that played out the way I wanted it to. Rip Apart's not an instant, so it doesn't matter what land I play right now. Teach by Example is the only castable card at the moment, which doubles any spell I cast, which I don't want to do. I think I've yet to duplicate a piece of removal yet with Teach by Example. Quandrix, Pledge Mage, whenever you cast a copy. So this guy grows quickly if he's not answered. I'm going to answer him with Rip Apart. And then I'll use another piece of... I shouldn't have played the land. I should have... So I won't use... Shit. Shouldn't have done that. I was going to play Expressive Iteration, but that's kind of a bad idea now. I should have held on to the planes first. But then if I didn't get a land, I wouldn't be able to answer that creature, so maybe that's a bad idea too. Anyways, nothing to play now. Maybe Expressive Iteration next turn if there's nothing to remove. Whenever a creature you control with power equal to its toughness attacks a 4/4 trampler, I'm gonna answer that, yep. Plus it has reach, meaning that if I played my Waterfall Aerialist now, it wouldn't have any powers. So yeah, I will. Deal with the 4/4. Thankfully it wasn't a 5/5. Slowly making our way up to the ability to cast our big 7 casting cost spells, and slowly filling our graveyard with stuff that makes the Serpent big. A 3/3 trample lifelink. We have no answers anymore except if it attacks with Expel. We don't want them to get out of hand in terms of lifelink. I might probably use Expressive Iteration. I might keep my mana open for Reject. I could play my little guy now. Okay, I'll do that. Put Dust Speaker into my hand. Put Plains into my library, and I'll play the little owl. It's not ideal, but they've got a net 6 life difference each attack they do this point forward, and Honor Troll. Oh my god. Okay, Life Gang is one of their things. I guess that's what Green Black does in this. pet summoning. Create 2/1/1 pests. Okay. They are going to get a lot of life. I have to accept this now, I think. Do I expel that guy? So this is a... If you have 25 or more life, he's a 4/4. Okay. Should I remove both of them with Teach by Example and Expel next turn when they attack? I think that's probably the right play. Because I don't have a lot of options otherwise to deal with both of those right now. I don't have enough mana yet to play my Elemental Masterpiece. The troll has vigilance, it doesn't tap. Fuck me. Alright, so thank you for letting me know. Then maybe I'd play the Dust Speaker. I want to keep Reject open. This is tough because I don't have lots of options here. I want Reject. Wait, did I? Yeah, good, good. I want to be able to, like, because I'm barely hanging on with the creatures he has, I definitely want Reject ready to... Can I get him down below 20? It takes me 2 more attacks to get him below 25 life. He has 3 mana open, so he can keep that no matter what. That's annoying. I'm hoping to get a piece of removal that I can duplicate here. There it is. Yay. We're back in it, guys. 4 cards in hand, he has 1 in hand, and we have the board advantage. We're back in it. Two, 3 flyer, that's annoying. We'll send out 2 4/4 tokens. What else does he have to do with this guy? He can spend money to gang life and make me lose life every turn. So even if he doesn't have card advantage, he has the ability to run that every turn if he wants. So he can do a total of 4 damage to me per turn until I get removal. I need removal. Thank God I have a 10/10 coming out now. So maybe I can just make him afraid. I might not be able to... Like, he's definitely going to do another 2 damage to me. I'm just going to start attacking. I also have Reject ready. Like, he's the one in trouble now. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, I'm at least gonna stop him 1 turn. I'm gonna make him tap out so that he can't make me lose 2 life this turn. We'll slow his roll down a little bit. If I get 1 piece of removal, I'm in a very good position. And Ardent Death Speaker can move me towards that. He's deciding whether it's worth. He let it. He decided it was worth letting it be countered than it was to tap out and lose his life gang / damage. Because he thinks that he can race me right now. He might be right. Because he has chump blockers and he has life gang. Thank God. I should probably not attack with everything. I should probably keep a blocker back. I'm too low health to attack with everything. He'll chump now, maybe. No, he's not. But next turn he'll have no choice but to chump. I might be able to attack with everything next turn. I'm okay with him knowing I have no surprises. I'll just put that out there. Tap out. It's not like he's going to play around a potential counterspell now. This deck almost went 3 losses. This is magic. It's just so insulting when you sit there for an hour drafting with your audience and you talk at length about all the strategies you have in mind and the philosophy behind your picks. And then the games start and everything you said sounds like you were an idiot. Like you knew nothing of what you were talking about because none of it's playing out. It's like, it's just really annoying to see nothing work like it was intended. It's validating to see some stuff fucking work as it was intended. Last match. Everything from here on is house money. Like, really, I didn't expect this would go past 5 wins. But these haven't been cheapies. Like, all of these have started looking kind of grim for me. That one did too, until I was able to turn it around. And it's not like those were Hail Mary top decks either, because this deck is fucking full to the brim with removal. So, top deck be damned. I have the card removal to get to those cards. I mean, I have the card draw to get to those cards. And I have 9 of those cards. 9 nice pieces of removal that I should be drawing into. So yeah, like, he might be thinking, oh great, he got a great top deck. It's like, no, I just have lots of good removal. Tons of it. I made the conscious decision not to get as many creatures with the belief that my card draw and removal could get me through the early game until I needed to get to my big win condition, my bomb, giant serpents. So all they did there was they spent 2 mana to learn, and they did. They got an Inkling Summoning, which I think is a really solid lesson card. There's not a lot I want to do right now. There's not a lot I can do. So they're already off to a really nice rollout because they have a 2/1 flyer and a 1/1 now, if they cast it. I'm glad they did that because now I can, there's not a lot I can do this turn besides, oh, I still can't cast my Rip Apart. 2 Rip Aparts and no planes to cast them. Shit. Time for Expressive Iteration. I'm not going to be able to cast removal this turn, but maybe... I didn't get a planes either. I need a planes desperately. And now I have too many cards in hand. This is rough, guys. So I'm going to have to... Wait, can I at least... I can't even do that. I'm going to have to... get rid of my aerialist. I'll just get rid of an island. I don't need this abundance of lands right now. What I need is a plains, and I suppose I'm just going to have to discard my Creative Outburst to do it next turn. This might be the game that does me in, guys, because I'm on my heels. They just had a very, very good rollout here. And I had a very bad one. I don't know, it's not completely grim, but it's not looking too good. You guys said white-black is the aggro set, and that's what's coming at me right now. Probably want to put out... I probably want to trade a creature instead of my heated debate, because these guys are all like... I don't know, man. Still doing 3 damage per turn to me now. This isn't too good. I have card advantage, but it's not a lot of good it'll do me if I can't stay alive here. Now I'm going to be trading creatures, assuming they stay alive. Why did he leave 6 mana open? Why did... So 3 cards that he has aren't castable. They must be 3 pieces of removal. Unless he's getting mana flooded epically right now. In that case, I'm definitely in the game. If he got mana flooded. Why would he keep... Why would he not remove my creature if he has 3 pieces of removal? He left 6 mana open. This is interesting. Like, it's not like he's worried about overplaying, like I have a Wrath or something. What is his game? What's going on? Why did he leave 6 mana open and now is holding 4 cards? He left 6 mana open twice. Okay, so you let your 1/1 get by. So he does have a piece of removal. We don't know whether he top decked that or not. He gets his Inkling Summoning back. Alright, I'll take this brief moment of respite, extremely brief, to draw into some cards. Because I can deal with 1 more damage next turn. Do I want to get rid of an instant? Considering I can't cast it, I suppose I'll discard my Rip Apart? Or do I want to get rid of 2 lands? If I get rid of 2 lands, I'm not going to get very close to... I'll be 1 short of getting into my 2/4/4s or my Teach by Example to create 4/4/4s, which could really get me back in the game. So, knowing that I have this inspiration coming as well, I'm just going to get rid of the Rip Apart. Seems crazy, but I have lots of removal, and I think I need the land to have any chance of staying in this. Alright, I have to get rid of the double striking creature and send out the Spectral Mage to defend against the 2/1 flyer. Do I need any land open? Do I want him to think I have land open? I don't think there's anything that would threaten him, so I might as well just play the tapping land. Now I have the white mana I need. If he doesn't have removal, I can trade for the 2/1, take another damage to the face from that little pest that has been doing... Okay, that hurts. Now I'm down to 1 life. And that's the game. Shit.
Oh, look, he's BMing too. Isn't that nice? Isn't it nice being in the 6-win bracket and a guy is BMing? You'd think people in the 6-win bracket would just be happy to be like here and be like, man, like, but he's playing like he's on tilt. Anytime I played in real life and I ended up at the winner's table, the face-off table, in the winner's bracket, both players are like, man, great run, eh? Great draft today. Holy shit. Let's see which of our 2 decks. Both our decks are probably insane. Let's go. You know? Magic. Magic never changes. Yeah. There's one of my favorite baseball players says, play like you've done it before. Meaning when you're doing well, act as though this is something that you do all the time. But you play like that, it's the equivalent of a bat flip, which looks like you're frustrated and you never get to that table. You're never a winner. All right, that's probably should be how it goes today. 6 wins was nice. Made something of what felt like was going to be nothing. 4-hour stream, wow. It adds up, eh? Yeah, it went well. Let's look at our packs. 1 pack to open. Oh, in case you guys didn't notice, I'm playing with a different name today. I have 2 accounts now. I decided that in order to get the maximum rewards, if I wanted to keep playing for free-ish, I've been actually buying some draft runs, that I would get 2 accounts. So one of them is called FFS TV and the other one's Far From Subtle. Thanks for watching, guys. Fun times. Hugo finally gets comfortable. Look at this guy. God, you were annoying today, man. You're so wet. Why are you so wet?
Your face is soaking. Yeah, so the takeaway from that is, first of all, flavor-wise, I don't love this set. Flavor-wise, it's kind of bland. Like, it's nothing like Crimson Vow, which is so cool. And the upcoming set, the Japanese set, looks amazing. With the cyberpunk assassins and everything. Flavor-wise, this one, this Harry Potter set, like, little wizard kids. Gameplay-wise, it's interesting for sure. It's very different. But, yeah, flavor-wise, it's like, nothing about it. Like, with Crimson Vow, with friggin' werewolves and vampires and zombies and, like, it's pretty typical, like, but we're playing a fantasy game, right? Like, whatever. But this, I don't know, it felt a lot more fun to me, flavor-wise. This one's just kind of like, eh. Though I will say that out of everything I saw in this, to draft again, I'd like to draft counters. White-black counters, I think. Looks fun to me. I might be overvaluing counters, but to me, I'm a big fan of counters. I like creatures that get bigger as you play, that increase their value on the board as opposed to in your hand. The serpents turned out amazing. That ended up being, man, like, you think about how I drafted today. I think I did a goddamn good 6 wins on the first time I've ever seen a set. Are you kidding me? Against players who have seen this set for how long has this thing been out? my last game was up against a fucking my last win was up against a diamond player who's like how many levels ahead of me in drafting. So that guy drafts a lot. There's no doubt he has seen Strixhaven. He knows, you know, he knows the format. He knows the archetypes. I beat him. So give me a pat on the back. Oh, he's smiling. So yeah, like the fact that I don't know what I was saying. Really, yeah, I have to say, like I think it went well. Give him a pat, Hugo. All right, guys. It was ups and downs today. We'll see you next time. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye. All right, guys. I hope y'all have been watching our Beck and Frash videos. If you wanted to watch more when this stream is concluded, you can go over to the Beck and Frash channel and check it out. Cozy touring Japan videos. Show and trailer, I'm not sure if there will be one soon. I guess we should, maybe next weekend. All right, see you guys later.